Big Bass.
Dennis Sterling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father. I have black sons. Hey, man, I do what I do.
She washing collard green in the tub.
She washing.
She don't know that we don't trust.
We don't trust her.
She ain't even one of us. Washing green in the bathtub.
Nah.
She Indian, not one of us. Washing collard greens on the tub.
Yeah.
She's washing collard green in the tub.
She washing collard greens.
She don't know that we don't trust. She ain't even one of us.
Not one of us.
Washing green in the bathtub.
Yeah.
She Indian, not one of us.
Not one of us.
Washing collard greens on the tub.
I know how to make a mean collard greens. In fact, people used to ask me to make greens for them for Christmas. One year, I had so many that I had to wash that we ended up washing them in the bathtub. So I am not playing around.
And I am not lying to you that I would make so many greens that I'd need to wash them in the bathtub. I'm telling you the truth.
She washing collard greens in the tub.
She washing.
She don't know that we don't trust.
We don't trust her.
She ain't even one of us.
Not one of
washing
us.
green in the bathtub.
Yeah.
She Indian, not one of us.
Not one
washing
of
collard
us.
greens on the tub.
She wash it with some Dawn, let it flow. Put some dial on it, Doug butter soap. Give Doug a little dose, make it last. Collard green smelling just like ass. It's probably cause she get it from her mama. Not no FBA recipe, be honest. Sound like pretending you're an Indian. Cosplaying, you lying like you're innocent. TLC said, baby, no scrubs. Obama called us a bunch of thugs. But one thing about us I love, we ain't eating no greens from the tub.
Hell no!
She washing collard green in the tub.
She washing.
She don't know that we don't trust.
We don't trust her.
She ain't even one of us.
Not one of
washing
us.
green in the bathtub.
Nah.
She Indian, not one of us. Washing collard greens on the tub. She washing collard green in the tub.
She washing collard greens.
She don't know that we don't trust. She ain't even one of us.
Not one of us.
Washing green in the bathtub. She Indian, not one of us.
Not one of us.
Washing collard greens on the tub.
Yeah.
People wash their ass in the tub. Kamala Harris. You don't know black person, black woman to spell black man worth his salt clean them goddamn greens in the tub. The most you do is clean that kitchen sink out, put a plug at the bottom, and then wash them greens in there. That's what you
Washing
do.
collard green in the
And
tub.
then after you wash them the
She don't
first
know that
time,
we don't
then what
trust.
you do is you take the little
She
middle
ain't even
vein
one
out of them
of
and tear
us.
them off from each
Washing
side,
green in the
and then you
bathtub.
clean them again.
She Indian, not one
With
of
your
us.
nasty
Washing
self.
collard greens on
That's
the
how I
tub.
know you're faking it. That's how I know you're faking. I know that's how I know you're faking it. I spent all day cleaning. You didn't spend no goddamn all day cleaning no goddamn greens. Stop lying to me. I clean greens my damn self. My grandma had a garden in the backyard. I had to pick them goddamn greens. It was right next to that peach tree that she would pull a damn switch off and whoop my ass when I was out. Matter of fact, she'd send me back there to get the goddamn peach tree switch, and I better not come back with a small one. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. We got a special broadcast tonight. We're going to be doing a live viewing of Donald Trump's speech. He has just entered into the Congressional Hall at this point. And so we're going to bring, when he gets to this, I'm going to make it, I ain't going to let you see all the preliminaries. We don't need to see that. No. What we're going to do is I'm going to let him get on stage and we'll start looking at what he's doing. But shout out to everybody in the chat room. Let me see here who we got. We got okay, we got let me see here. We got my man, all my members, Mr. 43TX. Big shout out to you. Mr. Devin Townsend, shout out to you. Shout out to the Wrench Mob, of course. Urban Eagle, big up to Urban Eagle. Who else we got up in here, man? We got my man. Let me see. Hoodsie, TRQS, thank you for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. All right. Yeah. Let's see here. Urban Eagle. All right. We up in here already. So we'll cut over to it in a minute, but generally speaking, I'm probably going to have a conversation with you guys afterwards, depending on how long this speech is. Okay, and it's really generally going to talk about foundational Black Americans and our patriotism. Okay, not that we lack it. I'm just saying I'm going to generally talk about that. It's the title of the broadcast was going to be called Foundational Black America, the Beautiful. And I just think we need to go ahead and embrace that. As soon as Trump gets up on stage, I will definitely get on over there. But in the meantime, man, we're going to go ahead and just click on over here. Matter of fact, I'll go do it now. He's actually taking the stage now. You guys, let me know if you can hear the sound. Give me 1 second. Let me know if you can hear the sound right now. Okay. Let me know if you can hear it. All right, how's it sound? Let me know if you guys can hear the sound. Can you hear the sound? If you can hear the sound, hit the number 1 button. Okay. All right, good. You're play-by-play. Number big. Oh, DJ Trump, taking the stage. Big Lee, welcome everybody.
Thank you.
Already. I'm gonna make it bigger. There you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States,
Shout out to Miguel. What's up, baby girl? I see you, girl. We made it. We made it, baby. I see you. My girl.
members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
America.
This capital and proclaim the dawn of the golden age of American action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
No.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream bigger and better than before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Yeah, man. Look how still the other side is.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
They're loud as hell. That's the Democrats in there being loud.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Yeah, the disrespect is real. They purposely came in there to be disrespectful. That's crazy. And in the middle of it, a bunch of them are going to walk out.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a
Get 'em outta here. Get 'em outta
41-point
here.
jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Al, sit down, Al. That's my neighbor, too. Sit down, Al.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint
Get
session.
out. You got to keep this up. They don't get you up out of here, boy. It's foul. Not a game. You're disrespectful, man. I mean, even if you don't, they're still the president of the United States. Show some respect. Somebody say Al Green looking like a pimp.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Sit down, Al.
Take your seat.
Get him out of here.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore
You about to
order.
go to jail. You gonna go to
Remove
jail,
this
Al.
gentleman from the
Oh, now
chamber.
you gonna sit down. You gonna go to jail. You better get on out of there, Al. I don't know, Al looking like a. You don't nobody get on out of there, Al. Look at bad hip. Go on now. Got a little ponytail looking like a 1970s pimp. Come on now. Sit down. I will be reading the super chats live. Get on out of there before you get handcuffed. You got a long ponytail, boy. You got that good hair. Somebody shot good hair in the chat room.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land.
Mm-hmm.
The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Yeah. Somebody going to jail tonight. That's what I do know. Yo, keep playing.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency
Yeah.
is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many.
Oh, look at it. Look,
And
look.
what
They got
makes
the
it
sun.
even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that?
Wow.
How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done.
They got really a lot
As a
of
result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
Mhm. I mean, we need to take a.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way.
It is.
In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that?
You ain't lying. You
This
telling
is
the
my
truth.
5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do.
Nothing you can do, brother. Nothing you
I
can do,
could
Mike.
find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
Take your talk, boy. Y'all lost. You got to take your talking to now, Jim. Take your talking to. They out there mad. Boy, they are hot.
So Democrats sitting before me,
F you.
for just this one night,
That's what he gonna
why
say.
not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Yeah. Nancy, we know you got that money, Nancy. Nancy, where's that money at? They want the money. Go ahead. Keep talking, Donald. DJ Trump. Hot boy Donald Trump is
Every
talking.
day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold actions.
Sweet
Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
John here, nappy head. John here. Okay, brother. I'm gonna read it later. Read it later. Get here, Al.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council.
Yeah, we want our check. Where's our check at?
We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
They're all going to jail. They're mad. All of them going to jail. Go.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just
buddy.
like I did in my very successful first term.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the subscribe button as you come in. Subscribe and like the
And in
channel.
that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before.
Mhm.
We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Gotta go. Nobody feels sorry for federal workers. I'm telling y'all, nobody feels bad for you. You can. Get your real job. Mm-hmm.
And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me.
Like me.
How did that work out?
Oh!
Not too good.
How did that out? It didn't work out. I thought I had to play it down. You thought you had me down and I still stood up like a man. You just clowning.
And I've
Ooh-wee.
stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Free speech, baby. Boy, he's throwing all kind of lobs at them, boy. Ooh, they better. Them streets are hot.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
English. They got them PPP warrants.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Back to back.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
What? Oh, you gonna go get me
And
deported,
our
baby?
country will be
Going to
woke
jail.
no longer.
Uh-oh. Well, you pointing at him too. Y'all going to jail. That's what he's saying.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important.
Merit.
You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Yes! 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 And the thing about critical race theory, they were trying to infuse that LGBT stuff in it, so you can still learn Black
I
history.
also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
Yeah. They got to box them on dudes, ladies. That wasn't cool. Only two genders.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury,
Damn.
partially paralyzing her right side
Damn.
and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it.
Mm.
Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Oh, Peyton. That's really sad. It really is. It's very sad.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman.
Damn.
For a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours.
Yeah, that ain't.
It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Right. It makes no sense. We need to erase all those records from the book. You get mad at people using steroids. If you let dudes play. Nancy, you going to jail, Nancy. Nancy is going to jail.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never
Never go
gonna
back.
let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it.
Mm-hmm.
We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Yeah. You got that little pre-made church sign.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess
Yes.
from the previous administration. Do a good job.
We looking at you. Are you the one? We want our eggs, people. Put them in jail. Take them to jail.
A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy.
Mm-hmm.
The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency.
Okay.
As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
Drill, baby, drill. Now, one thing you guys need to understand is the reason he renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America because Biden signed into law something that said you can't drill in the Gulf.
My
of Mexico.
administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each.
Mhm.
There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Okay. Like I said, you can't drill in the Gulf of Mexico. That's illegal. But if you change the name to the Gulf of America, you can drill. And that's basically what that was about.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Mm-hmm. Please. I want you to tell us who's going to jail. That's why I'm tuning in.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Yeah.
DOGE.
Yeah.
Perhaps you've heard of it.
You're going to jail. We're going to find you wherever you are. You're going to jail. Elon.
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Shout out to Captain Cisco. Those got him scared.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe.
Still clowning.
They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified.
Uh-oh, here we go.
$22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma.
Damn.
$40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million.
Damn.
$8 million for making mice transgender.
Are you? Oh.
This is real.
Wow.
$32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams.
Oh, you going to jail?
A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia.
Oh, no.
$14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia.
Oh, no.
$42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves.
Ooh.
And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and there are far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them.
Somebody
They're
type
so
scam.
bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
They just been stealing our money, y'all. They have been stealing these, and this is about kickback. They're not spending all that money in Africa. These are just kickbacks. They send it over there and get sent back to them.
And we've taken
LLC.
back the money and
Listen,
reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things.
ooh-wee.
Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just
Want
in
our
time.
money.
This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
That's just crazy.
It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129.
Ooh, they stealing.
3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149.
What?
And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over
Come on, man.
130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
Yeah, we do. We do. We got a bunch of, they living to be that old. They're getting checked. They're getting some checks. You get a shout out to Sam. Shout out to Bobby. Shout out to everybody in the back. You back, baby.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229.
Oh, come on.
One person between the age of 240 and 249. And one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country.
Yeah, right? Wow.
But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
When they say George Washington is getting a Social Security check. That's crazy. Yes, Lord.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop.
Big, beautiful drop.
And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance.
But the Democrats are still not standing up for that. Now they are sour.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
We're going to pay a lot of money. Ooh, they are quiet. There ain't nobody saying nothing. They are silent. Look at them sour faces over there.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected.
Wow.
Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Yeah. I know their arms hurt from holding those signs up. I know your arms hurt. Put the signs up.
And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately.
Yeah.
Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
You're going to jail. Sit up straight. Just sit up straight. Old self.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax.
He was on their head, boy. He was upside their head with it. Never get elected again. America doesn't like you.
Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
Yeah. I mean, if they don't want to try for that, huh? They're sour. And your taxes.
And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Might have to go out and get me a Ford. I like that.
And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it?
Tariff.
That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, Already, numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana,
Yeah,
one of the
I heard about
largest
that.
anywhere in the world.
They're moving it out of Mexico to Indiana. That's pretty dope. Shout out to MS144.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing.
Yeah.
And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not just one day, which cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them.
You want to get up to?
If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that too. They don't even allow us in their market.
Wow.
We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children.
Wow.
So great, Jeff.
A lot of kids, yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
Jeff got that thick neck.
Stories
Yeah,
like Jeff's remind
yeah.
us that tariffs are
Working off.
not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh.
Uh-oh.
And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Okay. Melania. Mm-hmm. Got that good tan. Mm-hmm. You said that, girl. I see you out there.
Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much.
Somebody gonna
John,
get sued.
Thank you. Stand up, John.
Y'all keep on playing with that AI. You're
Thank
gonna
you,
get
John.
sued.
Thank you all very much.
Dems won't even stand up for the foster kids. Let's say.
Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast.
Out of here. You gotta go. You got to go. Go ahead. Get on up out of here. Head out to Chicago. We'll get them out of here.
And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, well, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley,
Oh, Lincoln Riley.
the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's
That's her mother.
open southern border,
That's her mother.
and then set loose into the United States under the heartless
Oh, wow.
policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel.
Wow.
With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren.
All right, baby. Yeah. I'll give you the hand clap. Man, can you imagine leaving your child with some foolishness like that? Wow. That's crazy. And the Democrats voted against that act, just so you guys know.
Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
Yeah.
It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
Laken Hope Riley. Say her name. Laken Hope Riley. Everybody in the chat room, say her name.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Oh, Shots fired. Shots fired. Man down. Man down. Give me president. Oh, we need it, baby. Not with you. Backbone. Look at them ugly. Thank you.
Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country.
Wow.
Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
Great liberation. Now, out of here. Back to Venezuela.
But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are two illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Wow. That's dope. Golly. And they
Thank you very much.
did that little child
All
portal.
three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang they say in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah, man. Go get them. Go get them.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them.
So,
Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or
get
if
more.
they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever.
Put them in get
With
more.
us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy.
Roberto Ortiz. Sound like a wrestler. Roberto Ortiz. ¿Qué lo va, mi condenado, papi? ¿Qué lo que? Va, papi. Papi chulo. We want it.
In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
Roberto. Gracias, Roberto. Para todo, para que tú eres muy campeón.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
Amen to that.
Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever.
Rafa, you guys,
But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it.
He said, salute.
And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck.
Good luck.
Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi,
Pam Bondi.
good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you.
They don't like Cash Patel.
Thank you, Cash.
FBI. That's the director of the FBI.
They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much.
This is the Democrats stand up for this. I guess we didn't stand up for that either.
Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Yeah, you're going to jail forever.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
Okay. You just going up the diamond side when you come the rock. Did he just go up the rock? The rock. What happened, little man? What happened? Now, I know there's got to be a sad story behind this. I already know. Let's see what happened. What happened, sir?
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Okay. The little boy got a whole beard and mustache. He look like he older than 12. I'm sorry. My bad. Hold on a minute. Go back and he got a little mustache. Boy, you about 15, 16 years old.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
He said, damn, no man, he's 12. I'll be out there catching somebody type family friendly in the chat room. Family, you know, he said, damn. The man said, damn, get your mustache. I want to see your ID. Look at that. You're a Secret Service agent out there talking about damn. You're going to go undercover as Benjamin Button. Look at that. Go ahead, little man. All right. I'm just kidding, man. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, little fella. He said, when I get my check? When am I going to get my check? That's what I want to know. Let me get that check.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Trump keeps saying happy stuff and then making us sad and happy sad. It's up and down. It's too much. Anyway. Somebody said DJ had a mustache. DJ got the thickest mustache in there, actually.
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering.
Oh,
how quickly they forget.
Right.
Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36.
Oh my God. Wow.
1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
Okay, what is going? 1 in 36 kids got autism? That's crazy. Usually 1 in 10,000. Now 1 in 36. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, man.
Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology.
He signed a lot of executive orders. He did that. You guys make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe.
I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body.
We gotta get
This
rid of
is
that.
a big lie.
Big lie. It is. Big old lie.
And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Amen to that. Somebody try to praise Moses in the chat room. Amen. Perfect just the way you are. I like that. Bow-legged, wooden-legged.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations.
Pete.
And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years.
Okay.
And that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference.
The man like, yep. Get him in.
And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Boy, you about to go, boy. You about to get that presidential, about to get an executive order. You get an executive order. You get an executive order. You get an executive order. Everybody gets an executive order. You about to go. You going in.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Man, Trump giving out all kind of stuff. Hey, man. I should have went to that. I guess I should give me some free stuff. Yeah, buddy. Oh, look at DJ. Look. Man, I'm in the Secret Service. You on the West Point, man. We're going to be good together, Playboy. DJ, sit down, DJ. Sit yourself down. Oh, man, that's funny.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason.
The long gray line.
As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
Yeah.
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too.
Yeah,
right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding.
That's good.
And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to all the long
make
stories.
them anymore very much.
Yeah.
We're going to make them very fast, very soon.
Shout out to the dock
Will have a
workers.
huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
And we've already started doing it.
Panama.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals.
Rubio.
The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans.
It was built by
not for
Jamaicans.
others,
Go ahead.
but others could use it.
It's built by Jamaicans.
But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work.
No, it was not.
They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Take it back. Darn right. Okay. You got an LSU flag on and Mardi Gras tie on.
And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco.
Good luck, Marco. Marco!
We
Little
don't
hand.
blame if anything goes wrong.
You said you to blame him.
Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes.
Shout out to
And I'm
Serena.
either very, very happy about that, or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job.
Tiny hand. Oh, tiny hand.
Great job.
Okay. He was clowning you in 2016.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland.
Uh-oh.
We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it one way or the other.
We're going to get Greenland and Panama.
Winning.
We will keep
One
you
way or the
safe.
other.
We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before.
How you just
Very
gonna take-
small population, but very, very
Sure.
large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists
How you
killed
just gonna
13
take Greenland?
American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Mhm.
Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity. And he is right now on his way here to face the swift
Ooh.
sword of American justice.
Ryan. How you just gonna take Greenland? You just can't take. You just out here taking countries now. Talk about Canada gonna be state number 52. Come on now. I might go visit though. Put me a little Viking hat on. Go ahead.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe
Uh-oh,
this
here we
is
go.
my
It's about to
chance.
get
That's how
hot.
bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
You guys hit the like button. We got 400. We got a lot of people in here. Hit the like button, please. Don't keep me on my like. And I will be doing my broadcast after this on a related subject. So you
And
guys
now
hang
we're
in
going
there.
to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine.
Oh,
Millions of
yeah.
Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed
Somebody
or
type hot
wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years?
No.
Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Oh! Why would you want to keep a war going? That's crazy. He's an idiot. What an idiot. You're an idiot. Why would you-
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us,
Right.
and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen.
Who are you talking to?
Earlier
Pocahontas?
today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter. Just got it a little while ago.
That's hot pants.
Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful?
It would.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Isn't that? All these kickbacks. That's why Pocahontas is mad. They're gonna, money gonna go away.
Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother,
All right, Mom.
Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
All right. Mom says, come on, bring my boy back. Bring my baby back. 95? Golly. He looks maybe like 65. That's pretty cool. Yeah, somebody said, yeah, Trump don't sleep. He up all the time.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally.
Oh, God, yeah.
That was not pleasant.
No.
And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage.
Wow.
And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot.
That's awesome.
Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey comparator, was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets
Wow.
with his own body.
Wow.
Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. Two others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of two great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
And he got that sleeve tattoo. That little nose ring, the sleeve tattoo. The Italian. The mob hit. It's bad. It's dope.
To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that.
Amen. Amen to that. Somebody tried to make America great again. I don't care what you are. If you're an American, you definitely want America to be great because you live here. Hell yeah. Family friendly. Family
Thank you
friendly.
very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth.
Yeah.
We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world.
Yes.
We are
Lord.
going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
How about that? How about that?
Y'all can't stand up for that. Democrats, y'all don't want Mars. Y'all don't want to go to Mars. Okay, you didn't want Greenland, you don't want Canada, and you don't want Mars either. Come on, man.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
That's pretty cool. I like that. You see they put them signs down, their little hands got tied.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because
Shout out to
the
Penny Cole.
golden
What's up, baby girl?
age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America.
Yeah. All right, all right, all right. What I'm talking about. Yeah, I like that. It's all good. It's all good a couple years ago. Yeah, buddy. So, all right, so we're going to start our regular broadcast. I'm going to take a little quick break, and we're going to come back, and we're going to chop it up. I got something to say. You all make sure you hit the number 1 button. I think that was a really good speech. Okay? Shout out to all my foundational Black Americans, the original, real, hardworking, dedicated folk that built this country. Shout out to all you guys. Y'all hang in there for a minute. We're going to come right back. And we're going to break this down. We're going to break down a few things, man. I think we needed that. Okay? We need to begin to go ahead and embrace what's ours. And when I say what's ours, America belongs to us just as much as anybody else, if not more. But in the meantime, y'all hit that like button. I'll be right back, and we're going to go ahead and chop it up and have this conversation, this long overdue conversation about foundational Black American and our patriotism and why we, more than anybody else, are vested in this country, and we should receive all of the benefits the foundational that our ancestors fought for. We fought in all the wars. We sacrificed. We built the country. We still here. We've been here since the beginning and before. We're gonna talk about it. All right. So y'all hit the number 1 button. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna keep showing the world what Black
You
men
tuned
can
in to
do.
one of the best
I'm
Black
here
men
to
advocated
change
podcasts
the
on
narrative.
YouTube. Show some love for the one and only Black professional who keep it real.
And be Superman.
You would tune in to Dennis Podcast. Keep it moving, mama's favorite of the lovely ladies. All these YouTube men dressed for the occasion, even though he on the internet. Intellect, beat you up in court and probably fist to fist. Been around the world, high value. Girl, you can't relate it. Been debated, Godfather endorsed, scared. Kevin said it. Independent black businessman, yeah, he hood related. Probably wouldn't know a big bass. Appreciate it. Talk to me and I talk back. He can litigate it. Walk with me as we talk facts. He opinionated, saying true. He not only talking, checking court dockets. Only YouTuber putting real money in my pockets. LA back to Houston, taking off. Recent rockets, Big O in the middle. I'm Elijah Wan, let's get it poppin'. Championships, we want championships. Keep the manuscript, loyalty and brotherhood. Watch out who you're hanging with.
All they want is comfortable oppression. We'll feed them false hope.
Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, y'all know what it is. Dennis Burton Podcast. One of the realest. One of the realest in the game. Let's get to it. All my lovely ladies, y'all know what it is. Show some love. Yeah, hit that like button. Subscribe right now. On our way to 100,000. Let's get it.
When you're saying that, we're going to give them too much clout.
You would tune in to the one, if not the best, on these YouTube streets. We call him Dennis Burling. You sit back and hate watch, clocking everything he do and say, but you yelling Dennis Burling. Show some love, ain't enough going round for a black man putting it down. We talking Dennis Burling. Taking over 2025, ain't no lies. Pull up, tell all of your guys we watching Dennis Burling. You tune in to the one, if not the best, on these YouTube streets. We call him Dennis Burling. You sit back and hate watch, clocking everything he do and say, but you yelling Dennis Burling. Show some love, ain't enough going round for a black man putting it down. We talking Dennis Burling. Taking over 2025, ain't no lies. Pull up, tell all of your guys we watching Dennis Burling.
You woke up this morning and you disrespected a that you absolutely never met in your life. You a sucker ass innocent man.
This is Uncle D, and as I always said this time, I'm out.
Almost to 10,000 followers. I want to say thank you to you guys. You know, I know God has something in store for me, and I'm going to continue to say yes.
Smooth operator. Come on, everybody. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Yeah, that's what I'm. Look, you might not like it, but that's still who we are. That exuberance. That flamboyance. That's the black man. And below I see athleticism, I see timing, I see soul. I promise you, if that was a white man out there dancing like that, moving and had that sort of timing, you all would be okay with it. And I'm telling you, it's okay to be okay with it. It's appropriate. He is at the African American graduation. He's getting his AA degree. That boy is probably no more than 19, 20 years old. Coming from where he came from, the same place I came from, if I could dance like that, I might do it now.
Puerto Rican man or Dominican man?
Black. Black.
Puerto Rican man or Dominican man?
Like black. Like all the cultures. This is the happiest people I ever met. And the
If you tell the truth, you're going to rub
the most beautiful
If you tell the truth, you lose your job. If you tell the truth, people think you're a bad guy.
We winning, we winning. We foundation inventors over here. Black men been building and contending over here. Gender wars have started, lot of sinning over here. Trying to get it together, no pretending over here. God's plan is real, they attacking the original. How you want protection in your section, hypocritical. How you want a real man thinking so cynical. Number one, in hospital deaths talking clinical. Depression turn 50, die alone, it's preventable. You can't even wear your own hair using chemicals. You won't even listen to your man, not identical. You having them Drake babies, we not feeling you. Time is running out, you can't hide, we revealing you. Ain't nobody ever told the lies that we see in you. Divest, vanilla up your pie, still invisible. That's why we fly to friendly skies, and here's the proof. Yeah, baby, we winning over here. No drama, no mamas, yeah, we winning over here. Options, we got options, we winning over here. One take a L when we winning over here. This when it feels like we winning over here. Celebrate, they hate while we winning over here. Smell that, that's confidence, we winning over here. Passport, no doubt, cause we winning over here. We winning over here.
Amen.
Can't wait to get back to Thailand, man. Got on my Bangkok shirt, man. I'll be back out there.
Thailand,
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. I'm just peace, relaxation.
You had enough
bro.
of the Matrix?
Oh, man, I've already had enough. When I got back almost 2
Everything
months
look
ago.
different. What I tell you, when you come back,
Everything.
everything
Oh,
look
yeah.
different.
We winning over here.
Jump the blizzard jumps. Jump the blizzard, yeah, the blizzard jumps. Jump the blizzard, yeah, the blizzard jumps. Jump the blizzard, cause the blizzard jumps.
Finances are short, so they taking from the men. Open up them borders, let them immigrants come in. Dilute the water, so you sipping from the sin. Bioengineered all the food that's going in.
This is science meat. FDA approved science meat, of course. It was grown in a vat instead of inside an animal's body. And I'm about to chow down on it.
Poison the country, even music full of gin. Evil spirits and devils got us jumping out the spin. Can't trust the people, no community events. Diseases inside, destroy communities within. Yeah, baby, we winning over here. No drama, no mamas, yeah, we winning over here. Options, we got options, we winning over here. Why take a L when we winning over here? That's what when it feels like we winning over here. Celebrate they hate while they winning over here. Smell that, that's confidence, we winning over here. Passport, no doubt, I'll be winning over here.
Up jump the blizzard and the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king. Up jump the blizzard and the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king. Up jump the blizzard, yeah, the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king. Up jump the blizzards and the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king.
And $1 million for you can't see the pumps. Not country. Country girl just love you just because. You want to work so hard? You work too hard, man, and don't get. Country girl take you how you is. Country girl accept you. You understand what I say? Country girl will cook for you, clean for you, wash your clothes for you, make sure wipe out mat out your eye for you, dig out your nose for you, bust your bum for you, turn in no time for
I'm
that.
trying to get see what that be like right there. Look, be that.
Gunshot means forward. You requested it, so we rewind.
Yeah, baby, we winning over here. No drama, no mamas, yeah, we winning over here. Options, we got options, we winning over here. Why take a L when we winning over here? That's what when it feels like we winning over here. Celebrate they hate while they winning over here. Smell that, that's confidence, we winning over here. Passport, no doubt, I'll be winning over here.
Up jump the blizzard and the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king. Up jump the blizzard and the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king. Up jump the blizzard, yeah, the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king. Up jump the blizzards and the blizzard jumps. Up jump the blizzard, talking about the blizzard king.
We winning, we winning, we winning, we winning, 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 we winning, we winning, we winning, we winning. We winning, we winning, we winning, we winning, 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 we winning, we winning, we winning, we winning. We winning, we winning, we winning, we winning, 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 we winning, we winning, we winning, we winning. We winning, we winning, we winning, we winning, 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 we winning, we winning, we winning, we winning, winning.
And then you wonder why brothers want to get on the airplanes and go other places. Half the time we could deal with the women, it's you dudes. You self-hating, selfish, narcissistic black men that we don't want to be around. We can't enjoy anything. Because if we got 2 nickels more to rub together, then you want to come hit us upside the head and take it. Y'all always coveting somebody else's stuff. Y'all, truthfully, y'all jealous of that man, Aaron Sloan. You wish you could speak like him. He was too proud, and so y'all wanted to break him down, just like the slave catcher DNA that's running through your blood. What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back to the broadcast. Shout out to everybody in the chat room who sat with me and watched Donald Trump's speech. Okay. And I appreciate you all for doing that. I certainly do. I think that it's good for us, especially now that we have so many Black Americans, especially foundational Black Americans, who have become, I mean, supremely sophisticated or at least on that path. And what I mean is, even the folks who sat on the couch. Okay, shout out to all my couch sitters. We often give shouts out to the folks who voted Democrat or voted Republican, but the couch sitters, those are the ones that said, I don't like either one of these people, so I'm going to need you to present me with better options before I'm even going to get off the couch. And that's pretty awesome. You understand what I'm saying? That is pretty amazing. Okay, now I do want to make sure I acknowledge all my folks who came through with the super chats. Big up to everybody who came through with the super chats. We got a lesson here. As you guys know, I love to teach, and on the heels of that broadcast, okay, it's very important that we put it in context. Okay, now, again, I know that Donald Trump is a polarizing person. I know that he's a polarizing figure. He's someone that most people don't even know. You don't know how to put him in a category. Number one, where do you put him? I mean, is he a billionaire? Is he a is he a is he a television personality? Is he a real estate mogul? I mean, is he what is this guy? Is he a family man? Is he a player? You know, it's very difficult for many people to put him in a category. And, you know, is he even a Republican? I don't think so. None of those labels fit. In fact, you know, most people, especially foundational Black Americans, are turned off by the fact that he's been labeled a racist by the same people who used to beg him for money, want to hang out with him. And I'm talking about the race hustlers, because we're going to talk a little bit about that, because that has a lot to do with the conversation tonight. Because the reason that a lot of Black people cannot fully embrace what they're owed in this country, what their patriotism, they can't fully embrace it, is because of the race hustling. The race hustlers. And look, I'm never going to be one of these people to tell you that race doesn't exist. People don't. I'm not one of those people to say I don't see color. That's BS, and you all know that's a lie. Every day when you walk down the street, every time you go into a store and you follow it around, hell, even amongst our own community, we have something called colorism, which is also akin to racism. So we don't do that here. We speak that cold, hard truth on this page. All right. But what I do want to do is begin to put things in perspective for you all, because I want you to begin to understand there's some things you're just going to have to deal with. Okay. Some things you can make better. Some things you can't. It is what it is. But on the heels of this speech by our current president of the United States, it's important that I put things in context. And as I always do. Now, that being the case, I want to just go ahead and just dig into this thing. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Now, I want to talk. Originally, this broadcast was going to be called Foundational Black America, the Beautiful. Somebody, where are my beautiful foundational Black American brothers and sisters at? Somebody type "We are beautiful" in this chat room, okay? And it's a complex relationship that foundational Black Americans have with America and patriotism, right? Because for a while, if you said American, a Black person's image does not automatically come into your mind, does it? No, it hasn't. And the thing is, patriotism amongst Black Americans is multifaceted. You know, it's an issue shaped by historical, social, personal experiences largely. And while some Black Americans can express deep and abiding love for our country and loyalty to the nation, others, we have those in President Trump, right? You had people, the man was saying nothing but good things, getting rid of immigrants that here illegally for all of us, right? We can all agree with that. But you had black folks in the chat room like, no, they were right there with the Democrats. They can't do it. You see what I mean? And you have to ask yourself, why would you not want to get rid of dangerous people who are in this country illegally? You know, why? Who in their right mind would feel sorry for them? Who doesn't think that's the policy? The thing is, it's like a knee-jerk reaction to something like American. Okay, and again, it's a complicated relationship that we have. All right, and it has a lot to do with the issue of racial justice. And so we're going to explore some of the reasons behind these critiques and why they may appear illogical in some historical context. Now, the legacy of slavery, let's go put it out there. Segregation, systematic racism has created deep wounds in the Black community, and justifiably so, from the transatlantic slave trade, which lasts from 1619 to Jim Crow era all the way up into the 19th century. It just ended, right? Some of you were raised by people who had to deal with Jim Crow. They had signs up. You understand what I'm saying? And the oppression was codified in law. Let's look at the Tuskegee experiment from 1932 to 1972, right? Some of you all were born in 1972. And what this involved was unethical medical experimentation on Black men. And it deepened the distrust that Black folks in general have. Somebody said, is the internet, somebody said my internet, who's in it? Y'all, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me clearly? Is the internet good? I want to make sure. Because we're going to learn some things, you know, specifically about American history and why Black folks justifiably feel the way we do. There's the Tuskegee experiment, right? And then you had systematic inequality. I'm not just talking about somebody screaming at you as you walk down the street, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about economic disparity, which remains persistent as an issue. And Black Americans have significantly less household wealth compared to white Americans, and we've been here longer, if not longer. You see? Our exclusion from economic opportunities like the denial of the GI Bill benefits that Black veterans, they didn't get it after World War II. We talk about redlining policies in the 1930s that prevented Black families from securing mortgages in desirable neighborhoods. And now all that did was reinforce generational wealth, because now, and we all know as the stats show, that Black people, the majority of our wealth is in our homes. So if you're forced to rent or you forced to purchase a home in a low-income neighborhood because they redline you and won't let you get somewhere else, well, doggone it, I mean, you can't improve your financial state and pass it on to your children. So there is no generational wealth. You understand? I had to hit that light, bring that light up a little bit. The other thing is, you know, the American dream and the promises of equal opportunity. You know, everybody else is promised equal opportunity, and yet we have to deal with these systematic barriers such as discriminatory hiring practices, wage gaps, you know, and make it less attainable for many Black Americans. Look at the civil rights movement. We literally had to fight from the 1950s all the way through the 1960s against racial discrimination. We had to get federal laws passed, okay, just so we can have the same economic rights and educational, to correct these educational and economic disparities, okay? And then also cultural representation, all right? Whether we talk about politics, media, leadership roles, when you don't see yourself represented, there's feelings of alienation. And then when they do put our people up there, whether we talk about the National Black Caucus or random actors and actresses, either they act like buffoons or nocturnal animals that rummage through the garbage at night, that are omnivorous, and so they don't really represent us. Okay. And then when we finally get somebody that does represent our interests, like a Dr. Martin Luther King or Medgar Evers or Malcolm X, some kind of way they end up unalive. You understand what I'm talking about? And even our the best of our best figures are depicted in a negative or stereotypic light. Look at the whitewashing of historical narratives, you know, of the contributions of Black Americans and the omissions of horrific things like the Greenwood incident in Tulsa in 1921. It's not even in the books. And, you know, many view criticism of America as a way to push for progress rather than a rejection of the nation. Martin Luther King Jr., he criticized America's failure to uphold its founding ideals, okay? But he did so with hope and achievement of racial equality. So he was not a race hustler. So did Brother Malcolm. He wasn't a race hustler. He just criticized it. He didn't try to make you fear and get money out of you. You see what I mean? So, you know, the other thing is we have a lot of general trauma in the Black community. And this is associated with historical oppression and racism. And it's created, generally, they literally are telling us that the genes are passed down from the parents to the children, and the genes hold the generational trauma. And along with the culture and the things and the experiences, Black Americans, we have a certain view of the nation. Like, for instance, there's a lasting effects associated with Jim Crow. There's a lasting effects associated with these sundown towns. Somebody type sundown town in the chat room. Less than in the 1960s and 70s, there were towns in this country. If you were trying to travel from Delaware to Oakland, there's some towns you couldn't sleep in overnight. Sundown towns. You had to be out by the time. You couldn't stop in that town to go to the bathroom. And so these are the lasting effects of both the enslavement period and Jim Crow. And this disproportionately affects Black men due to laws that came about in the war on drugs. Now, from a global perspective, some Black Americans compare the U.S. to other countries, and we know that, you know, we can see where America falls short as related to social justice. Oftentimes, many of these European nations like France have historically offered Black artists and intellectuals like Josephine Baker, the late great Josephine Baker, more opportunities and respect, even James Baldwin and so many others. And so we compare and contrast, okay? And then also there's, of course, frustration with leadership, the disappointment with political figures. You know, they fail to address racial justice in any meaningful way. Look at these people still trying to give us reparations, and they're trying to get a bill passed to study reparations. So even if they pass the bill, which has been on the books for like 10 or 20 years, okay, that doesn't even mean we're going to get reparations. What's the point of that? Well, you're just wasting time. They can get an executive order together and cut the check. They can, some kind of way they come up with money. Shout out to Sir Gatekeeper. Some kind of way they come up with money to give Ukraine, how much was it? $350 billion. But we got to have a study before they can pay us our money. We have $38 trillion in debt. And I think Black folks are owed $1 trillion for reparations. And some kind of way we can't get that. I'm just saying. So there's frustration. The failure of Reconstruction, something I've talked about here in 1865 through 1877, and it led to the resurgence of white, we'll call it these white stupidity policies. We're not going to call it supremacy anymore. These white stupidity policies like black codes and voter suppression, okay? And so, you know, even the rise of movements like Black Lives Matter, whether you agree with the organization, Black Lives Matter Incorporated or not, the idea that Black Lives Matter is a good thing. We should put that on people's mind. But it arose from the people because of the ongoing systematic stupidness, okay? And it called for accountability, you know, especially in the wake of the George Floyd unalivement in 2020 and the widespread demonstrations that took place after that. Now here's the thing. Now, despite America's flaws, America has been the home of foundational Black Americans And it is illogical to want for it to fail. Okay. Because, and I'm just talking to you all. Okay. Why would you want America to fail? I get it. All the stuff we've had to deal with, right? I get it. But why would you want America to fail? Where are the 43 million foundational Black Americans going to go if America fails? Here's another one. Show me another group of Africans on this planet which have a better quality of life and a higher standard of life than the Africans right here in the United States. And I heard Donald Trump well today, and he said he wants to increase the standard of living for all Americans. And that includes foundational Black America. Can you imagine if all of our cities look like Dubai? Can you imagine if Mobile, Alabama looked like Dubai? What about Pensacola, Florida looked like Abu Dhabi? What if all of these, instead of all this money being sent overseas, it went to go to the infrastructure? What if Charlotte, North Carolina looked like Tokyo? Shout out to Johnny Harris. This is what I'm saying. I want y'all to hear me now. There's nowhere for 43 million foundational Black Americans to go. So why would you want this country to fall? That's what we're talking about tonight. Okay? Foundational Black America, the beautiful. Listen to me. We have contributed significantly to America's development. And a lot of us, we see ourselves as integral part of this nation, as you should. Look at the Black soldiers who fought in every war. I'm talking about from the Revolutionary War, Crispus Attucks, who was a Black man of Native American descent, the first person to die in Boston, all the way up through the 54th Regiment of Massachusetts, who fought in the Civil War. We got our ancestors' blood soaks this ground. Look, frustration exists, and many Black Americans believe that America can the progress towards equality has been slow. All right? Even back in 2008, you couldn't tell us, hey, we got to be making progress. We got a Black president. But the ebb and the flow, the back and the forth, sometimes you go forward, sometimes you go back. There were people angry with the Dred Scott case because they like, you tried it too soon. This is not a good case to bring forward. There were Black lawyers back then saying, look, this is not the case to bring forward. And it set us back 100 years. Because at that point, we were actually making progress. Some cases you don't want to bring. And they wanted to push the Dred Scott case, and they pushed it, and it fails. And I see my people giving contributions. Shout out to Johnny Harris and Sergey. I'm going to read every super chat when I get through. Okay, I'll make sure I do that. I always show love to the real MVPs. Okay? All right? Look, loving America and appreciating what we have accomplished here does not mean ignoring its faults. Okay? And many believe critique is essential for progress, and I'm one of them. Frederick Douglass, he gave a famous speech. He said, what to the slave is the 4th of July? That was in 1852. And it criticized America's hypocrisy while advocating for its improvement. What about, but here's the thing, wishing for national failure that would worsen the conditions of already marginalized foundational Black Americans is just idiotic. What is a declining America going to do to the economy and the opportunities for foundational Black America? You already know you don't have any friends. Are we going to all pack up and go to South America? Is that the game plan? We're going to take some buses down. We're going to walk down to Mexico. You think the Mexicans like you? I've already explained to you that throughout the Latin culture, they have something called blanqueamiento, which means whiten the race. Where are we going to go? Just realistically. Where are we going to go? We don't have any friends. Okay? And the best thing to do is make America do what it's supposed to do. We got to make this horse ride like it's supposed to. You understand? And that has been the burden of foundational Black Americans. We got to break this horse and get her to do what she's supposed to do. You understand what I'm saying? Not run. We don't flee, we fight. Somebody type that. That's the difference between foundational Black Americans and every other group of Africans that come to this country, every group of immigrants, all these people who showed up here, they fled from the Pilgrims on. We were the only ones brought here against our will. We don't flee, we fight. Everybody else fled. We fight. And it's the contributions of Black Americans that shape the nation's identity. And that's what has made failure undesirable in this country. Nevertheless, a strong, just America benefits every citizen in this country. And so while there are a lot of Black Americans who criticize America, I understand why. Your perspectives are rooted in the desire for justice and accountability and reform rather than the rejection of the nation, and justifiably so. Okay? But to truly understand these viewpoints, it requires acknowledging historical injustices and recognizing the role of foundational Black Americans in shaping the progress of this country. Okay? And how do we achieve that? It's through activism, resilience, and civic engagement. And we must continue to fight for a better future while maintaining a complex but enduring relationship with our country. Now, I'm going to talk to you about why you feel that way and who's keeping this mess going. Somebody type race hustler in the chat room. Somebody type race hustler in the chat room. I want you all, look, I'm going to step on some toes, but you know, I don't care. You obviously realize that I love y'all. I don't need y'all like that. You know that. But I do love you tremendously. But it's not your money I need. I do appreciate what y'all give to me, but only if you've learned something. Okay? So I'm in a position to tell the truth to you. Okay? That's why I'm in. I am in a position to tell you the truth, and that's what I'm going to do at each and every turn. Okay? So let's go ahead and dig into it a little bit. You understand?
And Edgar Bud.
Fair use.
On Thursday night, I mentioned the first wolf, which is Reverend Al Sharpton.
My type wolf.
A wolf if there's never been a wolf before.
Wolf. He said wolf.
Used to be a big wolf.
Mm-hmm. Fat Al. Somebody type Fat Al.
Now he's a modernly slim wolf.
Skinny Al.
But still a wolf.
Fat Al with the perm.
He's going around leading a buy-in at Costco.
Mm-hmm.
Gave 100 people $25 to go buy items at Costco. The same Reverend Al Sharpton who received $500,000 from the Kamala Harris campaign to give Kamala Harris a softball interview.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with being compensated for doing media.
It means he can be bought and paid for. That's what it says. Let's keep listening.
But there is a conflict of interest if you are doing an interview and you don't tell people that you're being paid to do the interview.
Hello.
He's a wolf.
He is a wolf. Somebody type wolf.
He's leading a buy-in at Costco because of the DEI conversation. There are lies saying now that blacks will no longer have protections under the law and they're getting rid of the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
That's a lie.
You can't do so unless you have support from the House, the Senate, and then the president.
Yeah.
There are checks and balances that must be meted out. Amen, somebody.
Amen.
Well, what is going on, we're trying to...
Somebody type gastric bypass Al in the chat room. Somebody type wolf in the chat room.
Rewire and reposition some of the mess that President Barack Obama got us in when he expanded the LBJ executive order
Yes, he
that
did.
was drafted in 1965. He made it acceptable for transgenders.
He brought everybody in.
And people who practice sexually deviant behaviors to receive not civil rights, but to be codified in an area where they have special rights. And so what we're doing now is trying to make sure that when you go to work, and if you're a business owner, you don't hire somebody who shows up Monday as a man. But by Friday, he's a full-blown woman. And you got to sit there and watch that tranny mess up your business. And if you fire him, you'll be sued.
Yeah, you will.
That's what's going on. We're trying to make sure that books like this, a book entitled Worm Loves Worm, which teaches kids about same-sex marriage.
That's what
We're trying to make sure that our kids don't get mentally raped and sodomized in their mind.
Lord Jesus, family friendly.
But instead, too many black folk are on this campaign that we're losing our rights. We're not losing our rights. Matter of fact, we don't appreciate the rights that we do have. We have a right to be born. And we don't appreciate that right. That's why since 1973, 20 million of us are missing. And when you listen to the black preacher, both male and female, I would think that the black evangelists and the black missionary and the black prophetess who travels all around the country merchandising, I would think that those who merchandise the church would at least defend the honor and the sanctity of femininity, since they are a woman themselves. But during the past election, you couldn't pay a black female preacher to talk about the fact that children are being corrupted and destroyed in the room. I'm right.
You hear the brother saying? You're a black female preacher. You a preacher, and you don't want to speak against the rainbow riders. You understand? That means they've been bought and paid for. These are the telltale sign of a race hustler. Is somebody that speaks on race, okay, and they're being paid to do it. You understand me?
You couldn't pay them to do it.
Nope.
They spend 3 hours, 6 hours, 10.
All right. So again, I wanna explain to you all, because everybody who speaks about race is not a race hustler. Okay, a race hustler is a person who uses racial issues for personal benefit, whether it's for money, or fame, or political power. These folks are groups, and they're individuals or they're groups of people who highlight racial conflicts and past injustices to keep people focused on division rather than a solution. Okay, now they may claim to fight racial justice, but you know, they use this issue to gain influence, financial support. Let me just say this off rip. We're not ever going to get rid of bigotry or racism or prejudice. These are people's strongly held beliefs. And anybody that keeps telling you that we're going to fight racism is just like somebody telling you you're going to fight war on drugs. You sitting there right now with a joint in your hand, smoking weed, listening to me, talking about, yeah, we need to fight these drugs. And you high as hell. You understand what I'm talking about? That's the same thing when you tell people we're gonna fight against racism. It is part, and I'm gonna explain that in some more detail from more of a psychological standpoint a little bit later on. But look, check this out. So what do race hustlers do? Okay, these race hustlers often and I'm gonna land this plane in a minute. Somebody said they smoking a blunt right now. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. The war on drugs is lost. Okay, I'm just trying to keep that fentanyl out of your weed. Okay, I don't want that fentanyl to be in your backyard boogie, because I don't want you sitting there, you up in there with your little spliff and the seeds popping because you ain't chop it up good. You listen, pop, you know what I'm saying? You doing your little thing, and then you hit that fentanyl spot, and now you passed out, keeled over, up. You know, I don't want that for you. That's all I'm saying. But that done got off subject. let's get back to what we're saying. So, what the race hustlers types do is they promote this sense of helplessness. They instill you with this victim mentality. Okay, they always focus only on victimization, right? They make you feel powerless instead of encouraging you and to take control of your future. You see what I'm saying? And this has happened throughout history, and it includes during the Jim Crow era from 1877 to 1965. When the segregation laws kept Black Americans from full equality, while real challenges existed, a lot of folks just focused on keeping Black people angry and stressed out and feeling like victims rather than focusing on practical solutions. Okay? So the telltale sign of a race hustler is they give you the problem, they tell you to be a victim, but they don't actually give you any actual solutions. You understand what I'm saying? We boycotted, the Montgomery boycott gave a solution. And that's central to that was unity. Somebody type unity in the chat room because we're going to talk about that. Unity, self-love. And I ain't talking about love for your people. I want you to look in the mirror. I'm talking about the love. The love for your people starts with the love of you and your individual self. Okay? Now, the other thing about these race hustler types, they make money from racial issues. Many of these race hustler types, they gain financially from racial conflicts. It's no different than the people who make money off war. Okay, but if we go back to the 1960s, after the civil rights movement brought a whole bunch of legal victories, right? There was some activists that turned right around and turned their attention towards personal financial gain. Rather than helping the community progress, right? They received money from donations, speaking events, or media appearances that kept them in the spotlight. It's the same thing that BLM did in their leadership. I'm not talking about Black Lives Matter as a grassroots organization. I'm talking about big, large mansions, which is what they use your money for. Your donations, they bought big, large mansions. You know what I'm talking about, okay? So that's just race hustle. They wasn't in it for real. They didn't really care. And I'm not saying you have to be some poor, righteous teacher, okay? But at some point, if you really all in, for people give you money to help fight racial issues in America, that does not mean that you're supposed to stake it and buy some big, large mansions. You're supposed to put that money towards legal defense, overturning wrongful convictions. You're supposed to have community programs that feed the children, that educate the children before and after school on how to read and do math. That's what you're supposed to do. That's when you show that Black Lives Matter, not going out there spending $2-3 million on a mansion. You understand? And those ladies just ruined. You're supposed to come up with you're supposed to try to control the media narrative. You see what I'm saying? By taking over media discussions, for instance, when you look at these media, these race hustlers, right? And I know we hate that word, but I'm gonna give you definitions for it. When you look at them, look at the media discussions that involve these race hustlers and how they influence race issues and how they're viewed. Look in the 1990s, all the major news coverage of events, whether we're talking about Rodney King's beating, something I personally experienced in the LA riots, being that I was there at that time, it shaped public opinion about police brutality and racism. All right, while there's some real issues, some of these folks use that moment to push their own personal agendas rather than work towards real solutions. Okay, the truth is you're going to have racist cops no matter where you go, just like you have racist doctors, racist judges, racist nurses, racist window cleaners, racist lawn care people. This is everywhere. The problem is when you have folk like that who have the power of life and death and they bring their prejudices with them to the job. That's the problem, okay? But there was recently a nurse who did some horrible things to some children of color in the hospital. And so she didn't have the power of life and death, but she had the power over children's life, because you get put with the wrong parent. But Anyway, they also create division instead of solutions. Race hustler strategy often relies on keeping people divided. And this was seen in the Black Power movement in the late 1960s, where some of the leaders were encouraged to separate from the mainstream society rather than working for unity. And although the Black empowerment is important, constant division makes it harder to find practical ways to address racial equalities. If Donald Trump can talk to Russia, then why is it that we can't talk to these people who police our community or these people who are in charge of the judiciary, right? I mean, you just gonna be totally separate. I don't see how that works in a society where you're surrounded. You understand me? I don't think it works like that. As a practical matter, it's just stupid. You have to talk to people. Now, speaking to a person from a position of power, as opposed to going over there begging, and that's another thing I'm gonna deal with. Another issue that Black Americans have is we want to be liked. We literally want to be loved by folk. I'm not like that. I don't care if you like me or not. I just don't care. I mean, my folks who've been here for a minute know I openly tell you I'm the bad guy, and the bad guy just doesn't care about you or your feelings or how you think. I'm old school in that regard. I don't care what you think, as long as you stay out of my face. You see what I mean? And I damn sure don't care what some bigot thinks about me because of the color of my skin. I just don't care what you think. Just stay out of my face. And if you don't, there's going to be some repercussions. But largely, Black Americans suffer from a cultural-wide set of low self-esteem issues. And it's absolutely ridiculous. We are some of the richest people on the planet, okay? We darn near have $2 trillion of earning potential. And just to put that in perspective, Russia's gross domestic product is $2 million. Russia, arguably the second most powerful nation in the world, has $2 trillion. And Black Americans alone have $2 trillion in spending power. You understand what I'm saying? So why do we have such low self-esteem? Why do we need people to like us? But I'll deal with that a little bit later. So again, when we talk about political power and influence as related to these same race hustlers, they're aligned with the political movements to gain power, even if it does not always help the people they claim to represent. Why would we be aligned with the Democrat Party? The Democrat Party doesn't do anything for us, but the race hustlers, and these are a lot of our congressmen and representatives and whatnot and activists, they align with the Democrat Party. And during the 1980s and 1990s, politicians often use these race-based issues to secure votes rather than make real change. Okay, and that's where the whole thing of identity politics spark. If I can make them afraid of my opponent, they'll vote for me. And that's something we need to explain. Other thing these race hustlers do is they have to keep themselves relevant. Many of these race hustlers continue to bring up past racial injustices to maintain their influence. For instance, slavery, it ended in 1865, all right? By the time the civil rights movement popped up 100 years later in 1964, okay, but you still have people, and that gave us the rights. See, our people were never concerned with what some white man or whoever man, some derogatory name, what they had to say. See, back in the day, the N-word was just used in casual conversation. If you look at some of these old movies back then, we didn't care about that. What we cared about was getting in schools. We cared about housing. We cared about loans. We cared about business. And so the 1964 Civil Rights Bill and the laws that came afterward, it did away with housing discrimination. It did away with redlining, made it illegal. It gave us the right to vote. Actually, we got the right to vote in the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. But what I'm saying is that was the institutional racism. That's the issue. I don't care what these fools say to me. Now, if you say it in my face, you might get a response. I know you have, freedom of speech, but you can't control how a person responds to you after you exercise your freedom of speech. So I'll just lay that down right there. But the bottom line is it was always systematic racism that we had an issue with. Whether or not we can get to this university, whether or not we can get to this job. You see, these are the things, because we were a self-sufficient people. You see what I mean? But you still got folks focusing on civil rights bills, right, from past oppression. It's 2025, baby. We talking about something that's 60 years ago at this point now. You know, we talking about something that's 60 years ago. Imagine if it was 1990, okay, or 2000, and you got somebody talking about something from 1940s. Oh, no, man. Okay, and look, nobody's going to stop black folks from voting when we want to get together and vote. We are not the people that we were in 1965. We were largely uneducated. We were largely fresh off the plantations, agrarian. Okay, we are not the same people. We are a very sophisticated group of African people on this planet. We are the richest group of Africans on this planet. All right, each one of y'all have $1,000 cell phone in your pocket right now, which is or laying next to your bed on the pillow, listening to what I'm talking about right now. You understand what I'm saying? We are not that group of people. I need y'all to understand that. Okay, give yourself some credit. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors. They had that excuse. We don't have that excuse. Okay, now the other thing is, if someone disagrees with these race hustlers, right? What's the message? They're going to attack you. They're going to call you a sellout, right? They're going to tell you you're an omnivorous, nocturnal animal that rummages through the garbage at night, right? They try that, okay? And this is what happened when your so-called black conservatives or leaders who are focused on self-reliance, like just name a few, Thomas Sowell, and somebody I actually just discovered about 3 or 4 years ago. They were criticized for not following the mainstream racial narratives. But here's the cold part about it. All of our ancestors before, the ones that built the universities, the ones that built all those towns, do you think white folks came to those communities and built those thousands of little? Do you think white folks built Tulsa, Oklahoma? Or was it a bunch of black folks in there who said, nah, we're going to be self-reliant? And just so you all know, I need you to understand something. They rebuilt Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was bigger and better than ever. It got burned down in 2020, in 1921. But by 1940, it was built back better than ever. I just need y'all to understand that. Our people built back. They built it back better. Okay, so let's if you go up there, they'll tell you that they built it back better. You understand me? So let's keep that's the resilience of our people. Okay, but if you tell people, hey, look, man, you know, we got to depend on ourselves. We can't depend on these white folks to do anything for us. They'll swear up and down. They can't do anything without the white man's approval or the white man say so. That's not our people. White folk didn't give us permission to build these 100 or some historically black universities. All these black churches. It's a black church right next to every, it's a black church, 2 or 3 sometimes on every corner in every black community. They didn't give us permission to do that. We did that ourselves. We took the initiative and did that ourselves. So why is it all of a sudden we need them now? Just something to think about. But every time you have somebody say, no, we need to do this ourselves like our ancestors did. Oh, no, you a sellout. Does that even make sense? Huh? Now, the other thing is they often exaggerate racial issues. We acknowledge that racism exists. I mean, I'm telling you, it's not going anywhere. It's part of the American ethos. Okay? It's part of the American ethos. Some race hustlers exaggerate problems to keep people emotionally engaged. They want you to be afraid. But see, it's hard to make somebody afraid when they're just not afraid. And many of us, especially us Black Americans who dealt with the trauma of growing up in the 80s and now, it's really hard to scare us because it's like, I mean, you know, I've been shot at a young age. You know, I've been jumped, I've been beat up. You know, growing up in, I ain't afraid. Anytime you have to hit the floor at 4 years old to dodge gunshots, it's really hard to be afraid of the big bad boogeyman. You understand what I'm saying? Just think about that. You know, you got people who literally make stuff up, right? They try to falsely claim racial attacks. Look at Jussie Smollett. Is that his name? Juicy Smollett? Is that what your boy called him? Jussie Smollett? That actor from 2019? He said he was going out to get a Subway sandwich at 2 o'clock in the morning, and he got beat up by 2 Trump supporters in Chicago. You know, it was like 12 degrees outside. You gonna leave your hotel in Chicago and go outside in 12 degrees to get a Subway sandwich at 2 in the morning? What kind of footlong was you trying to get, Jussie? What was you trying to get? Huh? And then you claim you was hit by some racial, you had to deal with some hate out there in Chicago. In Chicago, ain't nobody walking down the street with no MAGA hats in Chicago in 2019, sir. But nevertheless, he gained national attention, and it was exposed as a hoax. And again, there are racial issues that happen all the time. Recently, there was a young black man who was literally lynched behind a Walmart, okay? But you got people who will exploit that. That's race hustling, okay? They always trying to make our people afraid. Race hustlers, you know, they make it seem like society in its entirety is just 100% always against black folks and discourages us from seeking any opportunities. Well, then how in the heck did we do all the stuff that we did in the past? And I'm not saying we don't have, adversity. Okay, I'm not saying that. Shout out to Eddie B. Nobody's saying that. We know it's there. But we still have people like Booker T. Washington who lived between 1856 and 1915, who promoted education, economic growth as a way to advance rather than just focusing on oppression alone, oppression. Damn. You see what I'm saying? So instead of recognizing the progress made, these same race hustlers, they constantly refer back to the past injustices to keep people angry. But they never tell you about all that our people did while we were dealing with that. We built this country as slaves, and we built more for ourselves as free people at the height of Jim Crow. Think about that. Black folks built, we had the most married group of people. We built the most between 1877 and 1865. And it was after that, when we got our so-called freedom, that it all went, we had more barriers. It all went to hell in a handbasket after that. So think about that. Now, who are the race hustlers I'm talking about? Al Sharpton, top of the list. The man uses racial issues to stay in the public eye and make money, clearly. Jesse Jackson, a generation back. You see, he's been criticized for racial politics through his Rainbow Push organization. You see what I mean? You got folks like Cornel West. This man is always talking about racism, but golly, you married to a white woman. So clearly, they can't be that bad if you sleeping with one, right? I mean, I just find that interesting in myself. And love who you love, but if you laid up with a white woman or a white man, I don't want to really hear you claiming that these people are so bad. I'm just going to be honest with you. You see what I mean? And then you all know what happened to Michael Eric Dyson. You know, he was out there flirting with a MAGA chick. He always taught that, and the brothers need to understand that the magnitude of the specification and the ramifications of the situation allow us to make sure that the magnification is coming through in the elation. My brother. And I used to rap too back in the day. You see what I mean? And like, dude, you out here flirting with the MAGA chick. You always talking about race. Okay? But how much of that actually helps the black community? It's cool to talk about it, but if you're not bringing up any solutions, if that's all you focus on, man, you're just wasting time. Look, a lot of these activists, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, they have strong connections to the Democratic Party. And that's something else that we need to talk about. Their activism often aligns with the liberal political ideas, and they use these racial issues to try to push for policies that support their agendas. And this has been a common strategy in American politics, especially since the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Okay? Back then, the Democrats began to champion civil rights issues more strongly, and it gained support amongst many black leaders. The problem is, okay, the modern racial activists use racial tensions for political gain rather than actual social progress. Let's look at Al Sharpton. This man hosted a show on a major cable news network, MSNBC, where he speaks about racial injustice. Okay, and by using media platforms, activists like Al Sharpton, they influence how people see racial issues. But see, here's the thing: the discussion is always one-sided. Okay, it leaves out the deeper discussions about poverty, education, community responsibility. Let me say that again: community responsibility. Okay, all right. And the media influence means that the messages people hear about race are often shaped to fit political narratives rather than provide a complete picture of the situation. Now, and when we can talk about the fact that whether we talk about Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, they love Donald Trump. They look, they love Donald Trump until he began to run for Republican. How quickly they changed. And that's what Donald Trump said tonight, how quickly they turned. When they didn't cheer for RFK, that's a Kennedy. See? And when you look at Jesse Jackson's run for president, in his campaign alone, he highlighted racial injustice, but he also helped him gain political power. Vote for me, because the other side is racist. Vote for me, I'm black. Okay? And his ability to bring racial advocacy to the mainstream politics, it showed how it could be used as a tool for gaining votes and influence. It's the same thing white folks do. Those politicians that make you afraid of black crime and black men and whatnot, they use race the same way. So it's white race hustlers too. You see, I want you to understand that. This is not a one color thing. You see? But they use race as an issue to gain support. They can't stand on their platforms, so they use race. You see? You understand what I'm saying? Latinos in California do it the same thing. They make black folks the enemy. Vote for me, we'll get these black people out. So they use race. A lot of them, they use history to support their message and they ignore important facts. For example, they emphasize slavery, Jim Crow, and police brutality. How many black people each year die at the hands of police? How many of y'all think? Is it 10,000? Is it 20,000? Is it 100,000? How many? I need a consensus. How many black people each year die because of police brutality? There's 43 million black people in the United States. How many black people each year die because of police brutality? How many do you think it is based on the news? Is it 10,000? Is it 100,000? How many is it? Some people say a couple hundred. Some people say a hundred. Yeah. The truth is it's 900. It's 900 out of 43 million. Somebody said 10,000. It's 900 to 1,000 people. And a lot of those folk are dying because of they're being arrested for something. Okay? I need you to understand that. And everybody is innocent until proven guilty. But it's about 100. It's about 900 to 1,000 out of 43 million people. Now, how many black people die because of black people unaliving other black people, both men and women? What's that number look like? What's that number look like? How many is it? Huh? How many black people die each year by unalivement? If somebody says way more. It is way more. Let me check the stats real quick. I'm checking the stats. Let me check the stats. 7,000 to 8,000, more or less. So what's the bigger problem? You see what I mean? What's the bigger problem? I mean, the truth is, if you count the black people unalive by black people and the black people unalive by the police, it's less than 10,000 out of 43 million, which is a lot, but that's still less than 1%, 1/10, 1%, something like that. It's a small number. But if you listen to the cops, I mean, if you listen to these race hunters, it's like, man, we losing 1 million people a year. And that's just not true. See, again, they emphasize Jim Crow laws, they emphasize police brutality, but they downplay the significant progress that Black Americans have made after slavery ended in 1865 with the 13th Amendment. Foundation of Black Americans, we built thriving communities, businesses, schools, despite facing racism. Shout out to Penny Ford. Thank you, baby. In the early 1900s, we saw the rise of these towns, and I mentioned Black Wall Street. It was a wealthy Black community. It was later destroyed in 1921 in the Tulsa Race Massacre, but we rebuilt it in less than 20 years. And stories like this show resilience and success, yet the modern discussions about race often overlook examples instead of focusing on victimhood. I mean, that's just where we are. I mean, and look at the hypocrisy of these personal choices. Again, some of these folk, they promote the ideas that don't match their personal lives. So if they don't, it doesn't even seem like they believe in it. And I'm gonna go back to Dr. Cornel West, my frat brother. Shout out to my ice cold frat brother, Dr. Brother Cornel West. You're a well-known scholar and teacher, and you speak about racial oppression. But you married to a white woman, frat. You ice cold, but you married to a whole snow bunny out there. I ain't trying to be Dr. Umar Johnson, and I know you love who you love, brother. You call everybody brother. Brother, I know. But if you believe in systematic racism and oppression, but your personal relationship means you don't really believe in it like that. Right? I guess there's no oppression when the lights go off or something like that. And see, that raises the question of whether or not some of these activists are sincere in their message or if they use race as a tool for their own benefit. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not, my preference is always for Black men to marry Black women, whether they be foundational Black American, African from the continent, Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latin. That's my preference for you. I've made that clear. But if you decide to love somebody outside the ethnic group, I'm all right with that. As long as you find somebody, a matter of fact, I tell brothers and sisters, you'd be foolish if you find somebody that loves your stinky behind and cares about you and is treating you good and you don't marry them because of the race, then that just means you stupid. That's how I feel. But my preference for you, and I tell my sons this all the time, why would I get you all built up and making you amazing and whatnot for you to go out and marry some white girl? You know what I'm saying? My preference for my sons is to marry women of African descent, whatever. They've got beautiful women of all races, all ethnicity, beautiful women and everything. And I'm gonna be happy if I'm blessed with grandchildren and so on and so forth in, a couple decades or whatnot. But, I say that because it makes life a lot less complicated. You see what I mean? In my opinion. Okay. But that's just me. Okay. But I love myself and I love my Blackness and I love my people enough to want to keep it, within an African context. And I'm not saying if you sitting up there, you got that fine white woman, and y'all listen to Uncle D, man, go on, give her a kiss. Kiss her right in the mouth. Okay, kiss her right in the mouth. Kiss, grab a little blonde hair. Okay, and y'all just hug up on each other and just Uncle D love you too. I'm just saying my preference is it. And I would say the same thing. If I had Uncle D had a little white nephew, okay, a little adopted son, I'm like, look here, Billy, you need to get on out there and find you one of them blue-eyed, blonde-haired Viking women. Okay, get on out there and get you a white guy. I know you've been eating these collard greens around here and these oxtails, but you need to go ahead and find you a fine white woman. When little Billy grew up, I'm like, Billy, I need you to go ahead and find a white woman, have you some beautiful little pasty mayonnaise children. I'm gonna be the granddaddy. I'm gonna be like, where'd you get them white kids from? This is my grandson. This is my little adopted son. I would. I treat him good. Little Billy. Okay, if I had a little, I would. But that's love. Because the ultimate expression of love is wanting to recreate yourself. You understand? So if Uncle D had a little white son, look, come on, man. Billy Zuckenheimer, come on over here, Billy. I need you to get you a white girl now. Get you a fine white woman, preferably blonde hair, blue. Get you a fine one. And bring her over here, and we'll give them some collard greens and red beans. Uncle D will make her. I'll make her some shit, man. I'll hook you up, man. I'll get some of that good beef bacon and put it in them collard greens, but we be eating good over here. And then y'all can go on back to y'all little mayonnaise life. I'll come visit. I'll come over there and hang out with you, take an Uber over there so I don't have to drive to your little white neighborhood. You understand? I would. But that's the type of person I am. You see? I want you to do what's in your own best interest. And I personally think that Black people, specifically, we should marry within the Black community, whether it be the Afro-Caribbean, Afro-Latino, foundational Black American. That's my opinion. Okay, and I think little Billy Zuckenheimer, my little adopted son, we're gonna get you. I'll take him straight on up to Sweden. We'll get him one. Come on, man. Come on. We're gonna. You about 21 now. Come on, man. Let's take you up to Sweden and find you a fine white woman. That's what I would sure do that for him. Praise God. Hallelujah. I had a little son, little Paco. Come on, Paco. Gonna take you down to gonna take where they got the fine Latin. We're gonna take you down to Colombia and get you one of these fine Latina women down here. You okay? Somebody that's gonna make you some tortillas from scratch and all that. We're gonna get you right. Okay? They can come have some hog maws too. I'm just kidding. Let me stop, man. I'm getting out there to tell you. But and so the problem with the race hustles is, man, oftentimes they ignore the personal responsibility because that doesn't sell. Nobody wants to hear you tell them about themselves. You understand what I'm saying? And so you got these people, they suggest race is the most important factor in determining success and failure in America. Not your hustle, okay? Not your hustle. Nah, race, right? And what this does is it leads to a mindset where people believe they're powerless against racism. Oh my God. Rather than focusing on education, your work ethic, timeliness, responsibility, diligence, toughness, mental toughness, perseverance, race, no matter how, can't, and personal responsibility, okay? You understand me? You're not gonna get anywhere if you're not responsible for the things you do. You don't take responsibility because you never learn, okay? When I look at the Reconstruction era, something I've spoken about here, that was between 1865 and 1877. And for you guys who weren't here, Reconstruction was a time period right after slavery. And shout out to From Here to Enlightenment. Thank you so much. Reconstruction was a time period that right after slavery ended in 1865, the Northern troops remained in the South as occupiers. Okay, they were here and they stayed for about 12 years. And during that time period, man, Black folks became business owners, politicians, educators. We had 100 Black people in the Senate. 100 Black people in the House of Representatives. It was just filled up with Black folks. And the reason is because they would not let the traitorous white people run for Congress. Okay? So who else was there to run? They didn't let women run. So the only thing left in the South to run was Black men. So a lot of Black men got elected to Congress. Okay? You see? Now, if they had only focused on oppression and how hard things were, they wouldn't have ran for Congress because they would have counted themselves out before they even tried. You understand? That's the issue with that victim mentality. You already count yourself out before you get on the field, man. And another thing about these race hustlers, they ignore the progress in our society. Ain't no way you can tell me that things are worse now than they were back when they had signs up that said, don't you stop your Black behind in this city. You know what I'm saying? Or they had signs up to say, you can't use this water fountain. You can't come to this part of town. See, those things are outlawed. Laws, our people fought laws and spent a lot of money on cases to outlaw desegregation and discrimination. We gained access to jobs and education. We got black folks who are high-ranking political positions. Whether you're talking about Barack Obama, who was the whole president of the United States, and even though we don't see him as black, the rest of them see us as black. Even Kamala Harris, we don't see her as our kind of black, but she's some kind of black, and she was the vice president. You got to look at that, okay? That wouldn't have happened in 1820. Now, again, racism still exists, but if we only focus on it being this overwhelming, oppressive force, you ignore the opportunities and success that foundational black Americans have achieved. We have 1,800,000 millionaires who are foundational black Americans or who are black Americans that live in the USA right now. How did they don't sound like they oppressed to me. Okay? It doesn't sound like not the type of oppression that you would think. Okay? And you know, again, a lot of these so-called race hustlers or race activists, they suggest that crime and violence are all due to racial discrimination. Look, Uncle D used to shoot craps on the corner curve, okay, with some we'll call them blue rag affiliates. And I've showed you all some pictures of me back in the day before. All right, Uncle D used to hang out in them streets when I was about 10 years old, and I'd be out there shooting craps on the curve with the local representatives, the local blue rag representatives. You understand what I'm talking about? And I used to have a good time shooting crap. Backdoor little joke. You know what I'm saying? 5 off rip. You see what I mean? And there was some close calls when I was 10 years old out there shooting craps on the corner. I remember I tried to leave while I was ahead, and they was like, nah, you ain't going over. This dude named Fat Cat from, we'll say, he was a blue rag representative, okay? And he had just showed up. He parked his car in the middle of the street with the engine running. And, you know, the fellas from my community activists, we'll call them, my local community, we'll call them the neighborhood affiliates of the larger organization. I was cool with them. You know, they knew me. But yeah, but Uncle D be out there shooting craps on the curve in the middle of the day instead of being in school. And, you know, he pulled up. And I guess something must have happened. He had pot belly. And so I guess, you know, his waist was a little bit too big for his pants. So he then proceeded to pull out his armaments and his, we'll say 2A. He pulled his 2A out and put it on the concrete. And I'm like, wow, this game just got real serious. I think I'm ready to go home because I'm 10. I wanted to be 10 again. I didn't want to be grown hanging out with the blue rag representatives anymore on 58th in Kansas, right off of Slauson in Vermont, down the street from the Boys Market. Now, I did not want to be hanging out with the blue rag representatives anymore. I wanted to go home and sit in my grandmother's house and watch cartoons and Woody Woodpecker. But now I was locked in a crap game at 10 years old with Fat Cat, who was a member of the blue rag representatives. And I wrote about this in my books, okay? So that being the case, I had to finish the game. And when I said I was ready to go, and I was like, I'm ready to go. And he was like, nah, you ain't going nowhere. And I'm like, but sir, it's a free country. We live in America, sir. You can't stop me from leaving. And then he said, but oh, yes, I can, in not so many words. And so, you know, and then one of my local affiliates who was from the community that I'd known, and they were significantly older than I was too, many of which are now incarcerated in the California Correctional Facility for various, you know, misdemeanors and felonies, you know, and, you know, so they're not present at this time. But, you know, they said, well, that young man that you're shooting die with right now, he is the blood relative of Uncle Slim. Uncle Slim being my uncle, and who himself was a known, we'll say, street vendor and affiliate of others in the community, was also known for, practicing the art of dominoes, dice, spades, and various different gaming techniques, often involving unscrupulously loaded dice and such and so forth. Nevertheless, Fat Cat apparently knew who my uncle was, and he then thereby released me to vacate the area. Okay. Now me, because I wanted to, now that I was like, oh yeah, I know somebody in these streets out here. And so I didn't move fast enough. Okay. I didn't move fast enough. And I was like, well, I'm gonna just stay here and just hang out. And then, apparently Fat Cat noticed my presence was still there after I'd been dismissed from the sidewalk. And he said, I said, you can leave. You still here? You got to go. Because remember, I left the game prematurely. The rule is you have to participate in this illegal gaming until it's actually complete. And I did not. And, but then when he said you can go, and he still had his 2A on the concrete, I took him very seriously. So at that point, I turned around and skedaddled my 10-year-old self back down the avenue to my grandmother's house and watched Woody Woodpecker and Tom and Jerry until my cousins came home. And I believe that was probably the last time that I participated in a legal gaming event on the sidewalk in my life. But nevertheless, had I been shot in my proverbial arse, that would not have been the fault of racism. Okay, that would not have been the fault. If I was hanging out with known blue rag affiliates and I end up getting shot at 10 years old because I wanted to participate in an illegal gaming, that would not have been the fault of the white man. It would have been possibly maybe the fault of Fat Cat, because he and I had a differing opinion as to how far and extensive I should, this gaming, because I was up by like $2, and that was a lot of money to me. Remember, it's 1980 and 1985. You know what I'm saying? Jerry Curls was juicy, and it was no 3 strike laws. Okay, so that wouldn't have been the white man's fault. You understand me? And I would not be able to blame that. Matter of fact, I knew better. I knew what I was doing. See, that's personal accountability. Okay, I'm just saying. I can't blame the white man for that. It's a lot that you can blame the white man for, but you can't blame him for that. Drug dealing, gang banging, selling dope to your own people. You have choices. Okay, I'm just saying, family. Uncle D, I've been there. And I got a lot of people. I got some OG homies. And look, y'all should go get my books. If you really want to know who I am, Rules to Live By, Volume 1, 2, and 3, How to Maintain Peace of Mind and Happiness in a Conflicted World. You can go right over there to Amazon when you leave here and get these books, and you can learn everything you can. All of that personal accountability made me develop and grow into who I am. And this is why I'm successful now, because I've learned from my mistakes. Win, lose, or draw. But instead of blaming racism for all the violence that I participated in and that I witnessed, whether we talk about outside the house violence or inside the house violence, it ain't the white man didn't make your grandma and your aunties pull knives and hit each other upside the head on Christmas Day. You know that wasn't them. The family reunion is a fallout at the family reunion. You know that ain't why your cousin cussed your other cousin out at the family reunion. That wasn't, the white man didn't do that. You see what I'm saying? The white man wasn't even there. Okay, he wasn't even there. He wasn't out there with y'all. Okay, at the family reunion, at the cookout. We know why it was. Let's keep it 100. Some people have a bad attitude. So what's the point in that? Okay, now, y'all still with me? Let me know. Let me know if you're still with me. I'm still here. I'm with you. Matter of fact, let me take a little break and get some water. Y'all get the likes up, and we're going to ease on back up in here, but I need y'all to get that like button hit, and I'll be right back.
It's party going like, hit the 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 like. There's a party going on, we all looking at dinners. Scrolling and subscribe, it only take you a minute. Hit the cash app, super chat, be a penny. One is real good, but 20 more will be plenty. Blizzard King pay a visit, Big Blast my witness. Appreciate the love, that's black men doing business. Stand up, father and brother, lawyer is he. Hall of Fame game, he's known as Uncle D. Tell it just like B, representing for we know time is money, you learning and pay a fee. Know it's cold outside, but the podcast hot. Giving you a feeling that these others ain't got. Say it's cold outside, but the podcast hot. Giving you a feeling that these others ain't got. Yeah, know that the blizzard come through. Bundle up for the winner, know this hit. Darren Hay watch views. Hit the light, you know that the blizzard come through. Bundle up for the winner, know this hit. Darren Hay watch views. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like.
We still look at all the beautiful music that we've created. That's what's on the inside of us. We are wonderful people. Yeah, I'm back. Uncle D is back. Had to run over here and get some water. But anyway, welcome back. I hope y'all hit the like. But how many likes do we have in the channel? And shout out to everybody who's contributing to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Oh, I didn't put the PayPal up. I am slipping over here. Okay, let me get that PayPal popping. I see all my Cash App people too. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to the replay audience. We started off, we watched the speech about Donald Trump, and now we are kind of landing this plane, and we're going to talk about black folks, and really we just talking about patriotism. You understand what I'm saying? We talking about our entitlement to the success of this country. Now I'm almost finished. Okay, so y'all hang in there for a minute. I know we're a little bit past the normal hour 3, but we go until we finish. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to everybody out here. We're going to go until we finish. But the thing is, family, throughout American history, race has always played a major role in politics. We agree with that. All right. From the 1960s, race was a central issue. And especially when it comes to the liberal political messaging, and many liberal politicians, especially Democrats, they focused on race to address issues like discrimination, inequality, systematic racism. Got it, check. However, okay, this focus can also be used as a political strategy. And by emphasizing racial issues, politicians gain support and influence in elections. And one way this happens is by labeling your political opponent a racist, which makes it easy to discredit them for their ideas. That's the same thing they did with Donald Trump. They create a sense of urgency. Race-related issues stir strong emotions, especially in the black community. Whether, you know what I'm saying? Whether we talking about slavery, police brutality, when you have politicians that highlight racism, they create a sense of urgency. They make people feel like they must take action immediately. And this can cause voters to choose candidates based on fear rather than careful review of the politics. There was a book that I read many years ago. You never make decisions based on fear, okay? But they do that. Labeling somebody a racist is going to have a huge impact on them because it brings about feelings of Jim Crow and people actively associate racism was racism was openly accepted by many people in power from the 1800s all the way up through the 1900s. But today, being called racist, it can literally destroy your reputation. And politicians who are accused of racism, they struggle to share their ideas because even if they have policies that could help people of all races, like improving the economy or creating jobs, nobody's going to listen to them. You see? let's look at a historical example of demonization of a person's opponents. It occurred in the 1964 presidential election. President Lyndon B. Johnson campaigns used race-related fears to portray his opponent, Barry Goldwater, as a racist. Now, Barry probably was a racist, okay? But what this did was it helped Johnson secure a major victory, all right? But he still used it. The other thing is they can use racism as a unifying force. A lot of politicians sometimes unite people by giving them a common enemy, okay? And I kind of talked about this earlier. In the past, the enemy was often based on race. I think it was George Bush who came up with this commercial when he was running against Dukakis back in 1988, and he portrayed this black man that Dukakis, as governor, had released on, he signed a pardon for him, and he released him. And he ended up unaliving somebody again or committing some sort of other heinous crime. I can't remember that. But that's an example of the way people say, yeah, don't vote for this guy. These are two white men going at it. George Herbert Walker Bush, Daddy Bush, and Mike Dukakis, okay? So they use the race as an adversary. Even Woodrow Wilson in his viewing of, what was the name of that movie that came out in the 1900s? Oh, gosh. They had the same movie come out with the same title with Nat Turner, the Nat Turner movie with that young black man that basically been blackballed. I forget his name. Yeah, the Willie Horton commercial, but it was another movie. I forget, my God, I cannot believe I forgot the name of this movie. Came out, it was one of the first, very racial, showed how the Klan was rising and saving white womanhood. But anyway, there's this racist movie, and it was used, The Birth of a Nation, and it was used to politicize race, right? It portrayed Black Americans as a threat, threat to the white way of life. Mind you, we like 10% of the population and we're a threat. Just think about that, okay? So when you hear liberals talk about racism, they know what they're doing, right? They're trying to convince us, hey, this person is a racist. Translation, he is a monster. He will consume you. He will eat your children, right? And they use it as a unifying issue and encourage people to support the fight against this person. Now, I use Donald Trump because Donald Trump, remember, Donald Trump was a Democrat. He donated to the Democrats, okay? He was Bill Clinton's buddy, all right? He stood at Chelsea Clinton's wedding right there next to Hillary. So I'm saying it wasn't until this man began to run for president that's when they start bringing up all this other stuff. Yeah, well, you know, you took an ad out in the newspaper about the Central Park Five, but you took his money since then. Okay? But they use that to vilify, even though largely a lot of these policies that he has are really good for Black people, getting rid of these foreigners, sending them home, getting rid of these criminals who've taken over our communities. Who disagrees with that? You understand? Look, racism is always an issue to focus on. I get it, right? But you don't need to let it distract you from the key issues such as education, healthcare, and job opportunities, because it didn't distract our relatives, okay? And the other thing, fear is a motivator. Somebody typed the Red Scare of the 1950s. And this is when Americans were made to fear communism. And this was post, they literally were having congressional meetings and trying to get people out of Congress and put people in jail. Everybody was a communist. Okay? And when it comes to race, fear can make voters prioritize racial issues over concerns like the economy and national security. You more concerned about race than you are about these Venezuelan migrants coming into your communities in Denver and Chicago. Where my Chicago people are. They didn't fool them folks from Chicago. They like, I don't give a damn if Donald Trump is a card-carrying, white supremacist, racist Ku Klux Klan member. If he can get these damn Venezuelans out of my doggone community, I'm voting for him. You couldn't fool them folk from Chicago. Chicago stood up on business. I've never seen that many black people just outright just blast the Democrat Party in public. And they've been doing, I mean, Chicago went hard. Shout out to the shop. Love it. I love Chicago, man. I got to get up there. But nevertheless, something I want to explain to you guys, and I want to try to break this down because, again, I always tell you guys that bigotry, prejudice, racism, it's not going anywhere. Okay? All right, so I want you, I know you've learned some stuff. I've dropped some dates, but I want to help you understand something. Competition and the human instinct to find enemies. All right, which you need to understand throughout our development, throughout history, people have always formed groups. And they form these groups based on shared identities. Whether we're talking about race, religion, nationality, location, right? You live on the hill, they live on the bottom of the hill. So we don't like them. It's always a us versus them. And that's led to conflicts, right? War, skirmish, that's what it's done. It's us against them, our God against their God, our race against their race. Race just so happens to be kind of new on the spectrum of things we fight about. But we fought about stuff before that. Before race, it was religion, it was tribalism. And we know that political leaders, business folk, they take help. People who run sports teams. You rooting for the Los Angeles Lakers today, but every member of the Los Angeles Laker that you like has gone up to the Sacramento Kings, and you still are rooting for the Los Angeles Lakers and the Sacramento. Imagine you take all the players from the Sacramento Kings and you put them in the Lakers uniforms and have them play, and you do the vice versa. You would still be rooting for the Los Angeles Lakers, even though this is the team that came out of Sacramento, because it's always us versus them. They capitalize on the human being's need to other somebody. They take advantage of these instincts by encouraging people to see others as enemies, which helps them gain support and maintain power, or helping you see you as better. You ladies out there, you want that Birkin bag? You know why you want it. Ain't nothing but some cheap bag that some Chinese people made. It's the same cheap bag. You think their thread is different, it's made of gold? No. It's the same cheap bag. But they say if you have this bag, this means you're better. It separates you from them. They're the other. And so they capitalize on it. It's part of human nature. It's part of the competitive instinct. All right. And that competitive nature of capitalism has also been tied to racial divisions. In the late 1800s, for example, wealthy industrialists, they used racial and ethnic divisions to keep workers from uniting and demanding better wages. Did y'all know that? They capitalize that. And the same strategy can be seen today where politicians and business leaders use race as a distraction from economic issues like wage gap and living conditions. It's the Mexicans' fault. It's the white man's fault. It's the black man's fault. You see? And so what happens when groups gain power? They often work to keep it. Makes sense, right? And this was evident during the Reconstruction period when white politicians in the South passed laws to limit voting rights for blacks. And even today, racial divisions are used as a way to justify inequality and maintain control over politics, business, and society. I know you're learning something. Racism has been part of human history for centuries, and it is unlikely to disappear completely. Even ancient civilizations, such as the Greeks and the Romans, practiced forms of racial discrimination. You understand me? And we know American history. Our whole system of slavery was based on racial discrimination. We're better than them. They're lower than us. Look, racism still exists. We've made a tremendous amount of progress. But the challenge is not recognizing racism, but also figuring out how to succeed despite it. Now, I'm gonna talk about that because I believe in giving solutions. How do you succeed? Not by ignoring it, not by telling your silly self that it doesn't exist. Okay, that's not how you do it. Okay. Number one, resilience and strategy. That's what helped folk thrive in a system like this, a racially charged system. Immigrant groups, where we talk about the Irish who came here in the 1800s, the Jews who came in the 1900s, and the Asians which came in the 20th century, they all faced discrimination, but they found ways to succeed in business and education and politics, and we have too. And we came from the bottom. Okay? The other thing is learning from your experiences is going to provide valuable lessons. Now, here's the thing, okay? I got some more to say, but I want to take this opportunity to talk to all my people. Okay, I want to thank everybody. Well, you know what? Let me go ahead and get a little closer up in here. Now, when we talk about how do we overcome racism, this is going to sound corny, but with my foundation of Black American brothers and sisters, I want y'all to come to the front, okay? Because I need you to understand that throughout history, everybody's faced discrimination and racism to some degree. Unfair treatment based on something about you, your color, your ethnicity, your religion, etc. One of the best ways to fight against racism is by embracing self-love. Somebody type self-love in the chat room. Okay? Take pride in your cultural identity. And this means accepting yourself fully, recognizing your strengths, and understanding your heritage. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, he taught all his ministers, do for self, love yourself, right? Do for your own. And those words still remain true. Because see, one of the most important steps in overcoming racism is loving yourself. This means accepting your skin color. Ladies especially, this means accepting your hair color and your hair texture. This means you're accepting your big old nose. Look at this big old nose I got. Look at that boy, look at that. It's about big as my glasses. I'm not gonna love myself any less because I got a big nose. Or I got this wide round face right here. You see what I mean? Accept your body. Accept your facial features. Accept yourself. Because see, throughout this society, throughout history, societies have always tried, the ones in power, have always tried to make their features and their selves seem more desirable. You want to know why we felt inferior during slavery? Because from 1619 to 1865, Black folks were made to feel inferior because of their African heritage. We were told we was monkeys and it wasn't nothing over there in Africa. They never told us about the great kingdoms of Timbuktu, the empires, the gold mines, the diamonds, that our people were educated so much so that they educated the European invaders. Hell, even after slavery ended, Black folks were pressured to conform to European beauty standards. And then the Black is Beautiful movement showed up in the 1960s, and it encouraged Black people to embrace their natural beauty and reject those harmful ideas. And when folks love themselves, they become more confident and less affected by these negative stereotypes. Another thing is recognizing your individual strengths, focusing on your personal talents, your accomplishments. That's going to help you combat these feelings of inferiority. In the early 20th century, figures like W.B. Du Bois, who lived from 1868 to 1963, they encouraged Black folks to pursue education and professional success as a way to uplift not just themselves, but their communities. And in recognizing your abilities and striving for excellence, that is a direct challenge to these racist ideas that tell you that you're less than. The other thing, and I go a long way and I talk about this all the time, is knowing your history. It's essential in defining your identity. Learning about the achievements of your ancestors is going to instill pride and counter these negative stereotypes. For example, when we talk about the Harlem Renaissance, something that went on in the 1920s and 30s, it was a period when Black writers, musicians, and artists celebrated our heritage and reshaped how African American culture was viewed in the United States and across the world. And when you understand where you come from, it becomes easier to stand up against racism, embrace who you are. Okay. The other thing is defining our culture and its value. And somebody type FBA in the chat room. I did a broadcast recently about our culture. Every culture has unique traditions and languages and ways of adapting to challenges. Okay, learning about our heritage helps appreciate its richness. For example, African American communities, we develop spirituals and jazz music as creative responses to oppression, but we also know how to put hands on people as a result of oppression. You understand what I'm saying? So let's just be honest with each other. The reason that we have to be violent sometimes, the reason we're confrontational is because we live in a violent and confrontational society. America has not always been peaches and creams and slides and lollipops, okay? So we had to be tough. We had to be able to overreact. We had to see racism. Okay, so these cultural contributions have since influenced so many things. Okay, not just music, not just art, but who we are. We are fighters. We don't flee, we fight. And we need to understand how our ancestors adapted and thrived, and that's going to give you strength to do the same today. And you don't have to look as far back as Harriet Tubman. Some of y'all can look at y'all's mamas and see how they had to be tough. Some of y'all can look at y'all daddies and see how they had to be tough. You understand what I'm saying? Shout out to John. Thank you so much. You're the only person to contribute to the Cash App tonight. Good looking out, man. So let's begin to take our culture back. Stop letting people tell us we don't have culture when we clearly do. It is the programming that has allowed us to stay in this country alive and active for the past 500 years. Okay? The other thing is unity. Standing together as a community is one of the strongest ways to combat bigotry and racism. A great example throughout history is that Montgomery bus boycott, which lasted from 1955 to 1956. Black folks stopped using the buses. They protested. They created basically carpooling. They made sure people got to school, make sure people got to work. And that in our unity and our economic power led to a Supreme Court ruling that ended bus segregation. Other thing is supporting Black-owned businesses and uplifting one another today is something we need to do. Speaking of which, y'all do know that Uncle D is an attorney. Y'all do know that I am a whole lawyer out here. Okay, y'all do know that, right? And I have yet to receive, in the area of law that I practice, is personal injury. And let me make it simple for you. I practice typically car accidents. Okay, when people are injured, that's what I do. This is my phone number. I am a Black-owned business. This is my 25th year in the practice of law. That's my phone number, 713-229-0770. If you are in the state of Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, Illinois, Michigan, or New York City, I am actually licensed in those states. I'm a Michigan lawyer. I'm a Illinois lawyer. I'm a Texas lawyer. I'm a Louisiana lawyer. I'm a New York lawyer. I'm a Louisiana lawyer. All the states where Black folk are, for the most part, either I'm there or I have an associate that's licensed in those states. Georgia, you understand me? Everywhere that Black folks are, okay? Now, I expect you all to at least consider me if you have a relative who's involved in a car accident to give me a call. Not because I'm begging, but because I'm excellent at what I do. And I have not mentioned this in a while, but yes, some of my affiliates just said this. Some of my folks, shout out to the Wrench Mob. Yes, I was inducted into the Hall of Fame at the Southern University Law Center last year because of my expertise and my ability. And so what I'm trying to tell y'all is I am also a black business. Y'all like coming on here, listening to me talk to you at night. I have a day job, and it would be very helpful if you all would contact me first. If you've been involved in a car accident, you can contact me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 713-229-0770. I am also admitted into the Supreme Court of these United States of America. Okay? In other words, I'm a Supreme Court lawyer. So yeah, when you considering black businesses, give me a call. And it's not just about car accidents. Maybe you want to get a business started. Maybe you need a consultation on that. I'll help you do that too. But don't overlook Uncle D. Don't be out here taking me for granted. So y'all keep that in mind. Let me put my phone number back up here. You will be greeted by several young ladies who are graduates of the local HBCU here. Shout out to TSU. I have a black law firm. Not that I haven't hired people of other ethnicities. It just so happened to be like that. The people who run my office are some young black ladies from TSU, and they do a great job. My sons work up there. They work up there, and they learning how to run a business. You understand what I'm saying? So if you've been in a car accident, you can contact me at 713-229-0770. If you need a consultation about some legal matter, feel free to do that. Typically during the spring and the summer, I have a lot more time on my hands, so I can do consultations. But yeah, Uncle D is a real life lawyer. Again, I'm licensed in Louisiana, Texas, Michigan, Illinois, New York, and did I forget one? Arkansas. That's pretty much everywhere I need to go. You understand me? So y'all make sure y'all do that. And on another note, before I get too deep, I do plan on trying to maybe bring about what Kevin Samuels was trying to bring about, and that is begin to use my YouTube page. And I'll work with other YouTubers too, begin to use my YouTube page to try to create advertising or generate advertising dollars for black folks and their products. In other words, if you're a black business owner and you have a product made, I'm gonna have my own Blizzard. I'm gonna have my own water line. Same water I've been drinking. Uncle D gonna have that water. I'm gonna have that good Blizzard King water for you. Okay. So y'all keep that in mind. All right. So that's what Kevin Samuels, that was his ultimate goal. Kevin wasn't trying to be on the internet till 12 o'clock at night every night. The man had 1 million+ followers. Kevin was making $500,000 a month. Easy. Okay. And that was just on YouTube. The reason I know, because I saw it in New York with my own eyes. Okay. Just so y'all know, I saw it in New York with my own eyes. And, Kevin was doing big things. But, the brother's gone on to glory. Praise God. He's moved on to the other side. And it's time for us to begin to continue doing what our ancestors did. You understand me? But y'all, the first thing you can do is contact me. If you get in a car accident, you get hurt, hit me up. I'll be more than that. You want to do a business consultation, you want to start an LLC, incorporation, let me know. Should be the first person to call. Now, let's go ahead. Shout out to Kenny. Thank you so much. We set up a Zoom call. We'll get you together. We tighten you up. Now, the other thing is family, okay? Along with Unity, and again, Unity is supporting black businesses, of which I am one. Find yourself a black lawyer, a black accountant, somebody good. I'm good. See, that's another thing. I'm really good at what I do. And the reason I know is because people tell me I'm good and they're willing to tell everybody else I'm good. But anyway, other thing is making smart choices. I wanted to kind of bring this up a little bit. We are living in an environment. What we're generally talking about is dealing with racism. Okay. And I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't keep it 100 with you about making smart choices in your social circles. You understand me? Sometimes avoiding racist environments is necessary for self-preservation. It's the reason that we have so many historically black colleges. You understand what I'm saying? Now, again, progress has been made, but some spaces foster discrimination. And being mindful of where you spend your time is a valid strategy for self-care. You understand what I'm saying? It's a valid strategy to stay out of these bars and restaurants that got shamrocks on the front of them. That means something to somebody. There was recently a black man who got unalived in a VFW. He was out there by himself. Okay? All right? There's been plenty of these situations. That young brother who went overseas to Greece a few years back, and he took that picture with that Serbian woman, and they got mad at him and they beat him. You understand? Sometimes it's best to be around your own people, especially in this environment that we're living in right now, which is racially charged. Whether you like Donald Trump or not, whether you voted for Donald Trump or not, you're still black. We can reap the benefits of his policies and still not be foolish and think that racism doesn't exist. You just a damn fool. Excuse my language. Somebody type family friendly in the chat room. Okay? That's not what I'm here to try to convince you all to do. You got to avoid these environments. You got to evaluate these spaces. All right? I'm just saying. Again, this is the reality we live in. Even though some people claim we live in a post-racial society, racism exists, it's not going anywhere. And acknowledging the racism still is a problem, allows people to be better prepared to take action rather than being caught off guard. Ladies, you know you got these wild ones out here. They quick to call you the N-word. They see you as a soft target. Okay? It's a time and a place for everything. You don't need to be out by yourself in these areas that folks are at. You're a real estate agent, try to have all your appointments in by 5 so you can be on your way home safe and sound at dark. Okay? Think about that. You need to understand human nature. Don't take it personal. People have historically formed groups based on shared characteristics, and sometimes this has led to exclusion and prejudice. For example, right? European colonialism. From the 1400s to the 1900s, it was driven by the belief that certain groups were superior. And you need to just understand these historical patterns. Okay? You got to learn how to adapt and thrive in these challenging environments. Your survival and success require adaptation. I need you to understand that. But if you want to overcome racism, start with self-love. Start with loving yourself. Create a strong connection with your culture. Right? Start recognizing your strengths and embracing your history and standing together so you can resist discrimination. I can keep speaking the truth to y'all from now until I'm headed on home to glory. If my people take care of me, all you got to do is to keep Uncle D going. I mean, I appreciate these little dollars y'all giving me on these little cash apps and super chat. That's beautiful. I appreciate that. But if you want to keep me going, help me keep my day job. 713-229-0770. I am probably one of the most popular black attorneys in America right now. Largely because I see y'all every night. I literally got millions of views on this broadcast. And you know I'm going to speak the truth. You want to support me? Hit me up at 713-229-0770 next time you or your cousin or relative or somebody like that is injured, or if you need to form a business. Help me keep these folk that I have working at my office, these HBCU graduates paid. That's what you can do for me. That is the largest show of unity. Because that way you keep me authentic. I'm for you. My people take care of me. I've never tried to look for other people trying to accept me. That's not who I am. That's not how I'm built. You understand? And I appreciate you all for supporting me so long. Now, the other thing is this, okay? I got a little bit more to say, but what we're going to do first, fam, is I'm going to read these super chats, and then we're going to talk about that. I think I've done enough. We are well up in, we almost 5 hours in. My God, I've been long-winded tonight. But I want to read these super chats. Big shout out to everybody we got 17 super chats. I appreciate that. Maybe we can get to 20. We can get to 20 super chats. That'd be outstandish. That's a new word. Don't use my words. We got 17 super chats. If we get 3 more, that'll be 20. But only if you learn something. You didn't learn anything, you don't owe me anything. But if you learn something, that's cool. But I do require that you all hit that like button. And I also would like for you all to begin to subscribe to my channel so we can march me on to $100,000. If you learn something, hit the #1 button. All right. If you learn something, hit the #1 button. Now, shout out to TIQS who said Ice Lords Assemble. Thank you so much. Johnny Harris, I only know good hair as it was hair that was healthy and clean, not straight. Just saying Christ has nappy hair. Yes, I'm sure he did. Johnny Harris said, I don't chump face match his hand color. Shout out to Captain Sicko. What's the name of the guy who got kicked out? Oh, that was Al Green. That's actually my neighbor. That's actually my frat brother too. Oh, Al Green, Representative Al Green. His office is right next door to my office. We are literally on the same floor in the building. So shout out to Al Green out there protesting. But sit down, Al. You got that old bad hip. But let me see here. We still got 17 super chats. So let's see if we can get to 18 before I get to the bottom. Democrats, is this the new black? Y'all going to jail? They're going to go to jail. They need to cut it out. Cerebral Inquirer JM, King Barracuda built by Jamaicans. Yaman. Yeah, that's who built the Panama. That's how the Panama Canal brought a bunch of Jamaicans over from Jamaica to work on the Panama Canal. That's how Panama got reggae music, and then that eventually morphed into reggaeton, which is basically reggae music in Spanish. So reggae music originated in Jamaica. The Jamaicans moved to Panama. The Panamanians who speak Spanish heard the Jamaicans doing their Jamaican reggae music, and they turned it into reggaeton. And now you see it's really nothing but really white mestizo. And this is a big uproar in the Latino community. But you got a bunch of white Latinos like I forget some of these people's names. They taking this reggae music that was and saying this, basically something from South America, and really reggaeton is just a derivative of reggae music, which is straight up out of Kingston, Jamaica. You understand what I'm talking about? So yeah, so that's interesting. Still stealing. They still stealing our stuff. Yeah, but anyway, Penny Ford. Note to the trolls here, we don't feed monsters. This is a celebration of finally getting a great president. God bless America. Yeah, man, God bless America. That's what we're talking about. I'm just trying to explain to y'all all the reasons why you may feel like, you're on the outs in America, because you got a lot of these race hustlers making you feel like that, which ain't cool. JT Coin Rings, thank you. So we got 19 super chats. If we get one more, we'll be at 20. That'll be plenty. If we can get there before I finish, that'll be a win. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kenneth, Milo, Big Trump. Yeah, Trump did what he do. Make Black Pride great again. Amen to that, baby. Thank you so much, Penny. Sir Gatekeeper, thank you for the $10 super sticker. More than $1 trillion, and that's only down payment. Thank you so much, Eddie B. Eddie B said, I completely agree that our Al Sharpton is a charlatan. My father told me back in 1988. And these types of black people never met a camera they didn't like or money they didn't want to take. And yeah, I don't trust them either, man. I can't even trust anybody to be bought. Eddie B, Dr. Juicy wanted that sweet onion teriyaki. Right, man. Penny Ford said, if they gave us reparations first, we would have been over and tell them to kiss the pink part of our black behind. Ooh, baby, they would lose control of us. They don't want us. Oh my God, that's so graphic. Penny Ford. Oh man, from here to enlightenment. One reason why I think you don't like to talk about racism because you're a lawyer, and because of that, you're limited. I talk, what you mean? That's all I do is talk. I done ran all the white people off my page. What are you talking about? That's all I be talking about, Randy. I just don't talk about it in a way that is makes you feel like a victim. I'll make you feel like it's the weather. It's just something you got to deal with. Shout out to Felix and shout out to Eric. Thank you so much for the Cash App. Along with John, I'm not reading last names because I don't want people to know your identity. But shout out to Penny Ford. Thank you so much. I'm in Germany, and I am celebrated for being FBA. They know we are the origin of Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, and others they love. All right, we got 20 super chats. We did it. Almost didn't do it, but we did it. Thank you so much, man. Maybe y'all get me to 25. That'll be live. But 20 is plenty, but 25 is live. That'd be 5 more. And then I'll be ready to go. I ain't got no recessive gene. Thank you so much, Johnny Harris. Y'all kids, $20 super sticker. Penny Ford. What percentage of the Divine Nine are right-leaning? The others put the battery in Kamala's back. I don't even know. I mean, we don't, y'all, people who, and she's referring to members of the Black Greek letter fraternities and sororities. I have no idea. Y'all will be surprised how little we keep up with each other like that. Shout out to Donnell. Thank you so much for that Cash App that came through just now. Man, shout out to all you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are the real MVPs. Good looking out on the super chats. And look, man, everybody, throughout history, Black folks have faced challenges, and our main challenge is that we want to be accepted by this society, and we have a desire for approval. Okay, and it's not just personal. It has been shaped by centuries of difficulties. It's been shaped by exclusion and systematic racism. Okay, we've been treated like outsiders, making the need for acceptance even more powerful within us. The problem is seeking validation from a society that has historically discriminated against us is going to lead to disappointment and pain. One of the most painful realities about racism and bigotry here in America is that people may judge or reject us simply because of the color of our skin. And this has been true in many different eras, from the days of slavery, when Black folks were considered property, to the civil rights movement in the 1950s and 60s, when activists like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. fought against segregation. Even today, racism still exists in many forms, such as discrimination, jobs, education, justice system. And this kind of rejection is not only unfair, but it prevents people from seeing who we truly are. But here's the danger of seeking validation from others. History shows us that trying to gain approval from people who already see you as somebody they don't like for whatever reason, it's a losing battle. It's a losing battle. After Reconstruction, Black folks tried to integrate into society by getting education, owning businesses, and even running for public office. But instead of being accepted, we were met with extreme resistance. Racist groups like the KKK used violence, intimidation to keep us from advancing. And this pattern of rejection has repeated itself over time, proving that self-worth must come from within rather than from external validation. Look, no single group has been responsible for all the violence or hatred through the world. I don't care how much you want to blame white people. People of all races have committed terrible acts against each other. Okay? Look at European history itself. European history is full of brutal wars. I'm not just talking about World War II, okay, which happened between 1935 and 1945. My girl Penny Ford is in here, right there in Germany. They unalived thousands of Jewish people. Even before that, nobody has killed more white people than white people. Nobody has killed more Africans than Africans. Nobody has killed more Asians than Asians. Look at the Japanese invasion of China from 1937 to 1945. Look at Genghis Khan. This man unalived so many people on the Asian continent that it literally deleted a large portion of the human population at the time. Him and his hordes. That's what you need to understand. Now, we could talk about the analysis of hatred, But the main thing you need to understand is how can you get somebody to love you and they hate themselves? You steady running up behind white folk, running up behind Latino folk, running up behind Asian folk, trying to convince them what you are and what you're not, and that you're different. And these are the same folk that unalive their own self by the thousands and millions. Think about that. You're stuck in the trap of chasing approval. You constantly seeking approval from people who are filled with hate and insecurity. You're setting yourself up for failure. Our artists and entertainers, we love them. And they study, they flourish. We treat them well. And the problem is they want to go mainstream. They want that mainstream acceptance. Many of them change what they say and their appearance to appeal to white audiences. Look at Michael Jackson. Hell, look at some of these rappers. We used to talk about rapping and love and fight the power. And now all we talking about is drugs and drug use. You have to realize that your worth was not determined by what's outside. Okay? Focus on the impact you make on your community. Look, many of the struggles within the Black community today, whether it's colorism or economic hardship or internalized racism, it can be traced back to some sort of historical oppression. I'm going to give you that. Okay? I understand that these economic disadvantages have lasting effects and to make it harder for future generations to build wealth. I understand history very well. And even before I became successful, I understood history very well. But I didn't let that deter me. Just like many of you, somebody type, I love myself in the chat room. Somebody type, I love myself in the chat room and say it as you're writing it. Because the key to overcoming challenges is self-love. I love myself too much to let myself down. See, when we love and accept ourselves, we no longer rely on external validation. So I don't care what the hell Donald Trump does. I'm going to find a way to benefit from it. I don't need him to like me. He can be racist to the bone. I don't care. Because I've embraced my history. I've embraced my culture. I've embraced my individuality. And it gives me strength. And it gives me independence. See, I reject these negative narratives. Because see, for far too long, society has told Black folk that we're not worth what we're worth. Okay? All right? Our worth is somehow tied to what others think we're worth. I don't care what they think. And irrespective of what they said we were worth, our history shows that Black excellence has thrived even without outside approval. So what do you need them people for? They didn't like Garrett Morgan, but he still invented the traffic light. Saved millions of lives. Because Black people have made lasting contributions despite societal rejection. So what do you need their approval for? The greatest lesson in all is very simple. Love and accept yourself. Seeking approval from those who are never going to fully accept you is a waste of time. Instead, we should focus on building self-confidence, supporting each other. Y'all call me if you've been in an accident at 713-229-0770. Celebrating our history. Okay? Because see, when we do that, we create a stronger, more unified community. One that doesn't depend on others' opinions, but thrives on its own terms, family. Stop chasing acceptance from folk. I don't care if the Republican Party doesn't like me. I don't care if the Democrat Party doesn't like me. I don't care if y'all don't like me, because I love myself. I accept myself. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And by studying our history, we learn that racism and rejection have deep roots, but we also we see how self-love and unity in our people have always been the sources of our strength. So rather than seeking approval from an unfair society, rather than waiting for some politician to save you, we should embrace our identity and our history and our achievements. And in the end, the most important relationship we can have is the one we build with ourselves. So again, I had a good time with you guys tonight. It was good listening to Donald Trump. Some of you all will never support this man because you've been told that he's a racist, and because of that, he's a monster. But I can see through whatever it is that I've been made to fear and recognize what's good for me. And if it's good for me, I'm gonna vote my interest. If it's good for me, I'm gonna find a way to enjoy it. I don't care what the race hustlers say. I don't care what the Democrats say. I don't care what anybody says. And I want you all to feel the same way because we're free people. God bless you. I love you all. I truly do. I thank you all so much. I thank you all for this blessing, the wonderful time you've spent. We've been here a long time. And to have nearly 1,000 people have come through, it says a lot. It is a true blessing. So I thank you all. Good night. This is Uncle D. And I'm going to end it a little different tonight. This is Uncle D, and I love you. Have a wonderful and blessed evening.
Dennis Sperling.
In the city where the lights don't sleep, Uncle D got the vibe so deep. Representing men strong and free. Dennis Sperling's the king of the spree. In the streets where the rhythm flows, black men rising, that's how it goes. Uncle D got the truth to show. In his heart, that's where the fire glows. Late night tuning, light up the stream. Dennis Sperling, wisdom gleam. Voices whisper truth and insight. In his podcast, feel the light. Harmony in every word. Truth and laughter you've heard. Oh, that's all right. Wave after wave of smooth delight. Dennis brings the dark to light. That's the Blizzard, baby! Share the tales unfold. Stories more like morning gold. Feeling the wisdom is building. Subscribe and like time after time.
Black men, I want to salute you. Your incarceration rate is down. The education rate is up. We up. We went from, we are doing great for ourselves. So you should salute yourself. Shout out to all the brothers out there, whether you're a truck driver or engineer, whether you're an electrician or garbage man, a doctor, a lawyer, if you a hard-working brother, if you fresh out the penitentiary, but you on your grind and you doing it legal and you trying to make amends for yourself, man, I salute you too, brothers. God bless you. This is Uncle D, and you know, I'm out.